Good evening, everyone. We are waiting for the co-host to join and every other speaker. I see FS Goat here already. We're still waiting for others to join. Today we're going to be having the representative of the two sponsors, Goat Funded Trader and EXNESS, also going to speak on the space. Keep sharing the link, guys, so more persons will join. We have about 8 speakers for this event, but unfortunately, one of our speaker had like a very serious accident. Um, I want you guys to like say a prayer for him also, in the person of Elvis Justice. So we have Kojo Forex, Dapo Willis, Momo Forex, Amrisali, Greatman FX Lion, Tomelo, Tapelo, and our two co-hosts, the Law of Trades and Dax. And the two FS Goat members are here. We're waiting for others to join. I'm going to be accepting all our speakers. The CEO of Goat Funded Trader is also on the space right now. And I will be waiting for EXNESS country director for Nigeria also soon to be on the space. We'll start right away. Sorry guys, I was just going to delay a bit while I get all the other speakers on the session right now. Our first co-host is here. I can see I'm Risali. One of the speakers also joined. Olu of Trade, kindly accept the mic and come on board as a co-host while we wait for every other person to join. Dapo Willis himself is here. I've sent you mic. Dapo Willis, I've sent you the invite as speaker. Olu of Trade, I think I've accepted you. Okay. Can you guys can hear me? Okay, I'm sure you guys can hear me. Good evening to everyone. Thanks for attending the space. This space is going to be very, very educating. We all are going to benefit. We're also going to learn from all our speakers. All right. So my co-hosts are Dax and Olu of Trade. All right. So thanks once again for joining in. Like I said, we have about 8 speakers for this session. Kojo Forex, Dapo Willis, Momo Forex, Amrisali, Greatman FX Lion, Tumelo, Tapelo, and sadly, one of our speakers had a fatal accident, Elvis Justice. We are currently praying that he's going to recover as fast as possible. So guys, copy the link to the space. Get the excellent country that join next. I just got a call from him. Okay. The person of Mr. Oluwatosi Olasani. Oluwasani. I don't know if I got the pronunciation right, but I think it's on the space already. I'm going to be inviting him on. Very soon we should have message from. Okay, I've seen him. Sending invites to our country director for EXNESS, representing EXNESS Nigeria. There's a whole lot for this space, and we're still waiting for the second co-host to join. Right now, we just started. We have about 592 persons on call, expecting thousands. Okay, one of our other speakers just joined. That's the person of Mr. Greatman FX Lion, one of the biggest, not even one of the biggest partner for XNES in Nigeria. All right, so we're still expecting more persons to join the session. Good evening to every speaker here, and thanks once again for taking your time to come on board as a speaker. And thank you guys for coming on to listen to our great speakers. I'm sure we're all going to benefit. We're all going to learn. And so yeah, moving on. I'll give Olu of Trade the mic to do some intro, do some commentary while we wait for every other speaker to join the space. Olu, over to you.
Hi guys, good evening everyone. My name is Oluwafemi Williams. I am Olu of Trades here on Twitter, and yes, welcoming everyone to this space, Giants of Africa. Now, there's been a little controversy with the title. People have been saying, where is this person? Where is that person? This person is not on the space, then the speakers are not complete. The fact remains that as long as you're making profit from the market, you are a giant in the trading space. You are a giant already. So you really don't have to count one person or don't count another person. Everybody has made impact one way or the other, either to your pocket or to other people's pockets or to other people's knowledge. So we are all giants. But we just decided to select these ones to come on here, people that not because we were trying to remove some people, but some people would not respond, some people would respond, and we are very honored to have the ones that we have here respond to and honor this call to be here on this space. So welcome to the space, the Giants of Africa. You'll be learning a lot tonight. You'll either be learning or you'll be getting some very serious information that would help you going forward, or something that will just lift your spirit. Definitely. And we have some questions lined up that would ask the speakers, and then some of our listeners too would have the chance to ask some questions. Very nice questions. Either you type it in the chat box when we ask you to, or you'll be given the mic to ask your questions. All of these things will be going on. I welcome everyone. I welcome Edward, the CEO of Goat Funded FX. I would say this man has been doing some very good moves in the past few days, and yes, it's going to really be a lot of positive move for the prop firm Good Funded. Good Funded has been moving really good in the past few days, and trust me, guys, you don't even want to. You should be anticipating what is coming up in Good Funded. It's crazy. It's going wild, and we can't just wait to see what's coming up with Good Funded. And Dr. Willis is someone I respect so much. Someone that I watched his videos at some point in my journey, right when I was still making $50, $100, $200 in the market. I remember I used to watch his videos some years ago, and he still keeps up with it, even the fact that he's wealthy, right? I think when I have the type of money that Akwa has, I don't think I'll come online anymore. But right here, he's here, and he's right here with us, right? We have Emmanuel Tumelo, someone I respect so much as well. People that we've watched their growth over time, and we've seen how they've gone from almost zero to the hero point that they are right now. We have MC Glory, the Tumelo second, Tapelo, right? So nice having you here, brother. So nice having you here. I would love to even connect with the speakers personally, privately after this space. It's so lovely to have you here. Great Man FX. The first time I heard Great Man FX Lion story, I just knew that, man, I have not started. This man literally was trading for about 10 years thereabout without making profits, without being profitable, without anything to really hold on to. And then he still stood by it. I have never seen anybody to explain resilience with than Great Man FX Lion. Resilience is a word that should just be tagged, put in bracket in front of his name. Man is just an inspiration, a walking inspiration, a walking inspiration. We have Amri Sali. Although I don't really know much about him, but it's so blessed to have you here. Momo Forex just dropped on the speaker. Momo Forex is somebody else that I respect so much. He has been dropping a lot of educative stuff online, on his Telegram channel, on his YouTube channel, and his growth too has been amazing. From when I remember when he got his BMW and his Tesla, just showed that you can achieve anything from this space if you put your mind to it. And that is what pushed it. Was one of, I won't lie, these were people that I looked up to at the point where I was starting, and I said, no way, no way. I can't be broke in this space, right? And I pushed hard, I made money, and when I started making money, I said, yes, since they did it, I am doing it. And that's the fact. So thank you guys for accepting to come on this space and speak. And in a minute, I just have to say a word of prayer for Elvis Justice. We are speaking healing to him. He's going to get well. He's going to get well. Quick, speedy recovery, quick healing. And when we hear back from him, it's going to be good news. And we'll be excited when he comes back, right? And evil attacks will not befall us. Amen. Amen. So yes, we are all welcome. And yes, big ups to Treyon for putting this together. The host of this space, Treyon. Big ups to him for putting this together. Everybody's going to learn a lot, a whole lot. We'll be expecting our second co-host, Dax. Ayodeji Dax is going to be here very, very, very soon. So I think that's a good one for the introduction from my side, and I would give the mic back to the host now to probably begin, or let's know what we are waiting for, so we can all be in tune with the timing of the space. The space should not be more than 2 hours tops. So everything, if you have a question, if you are listing 200 questions, I think you should shrink it down to one or two, okay? Because the space should not be more than 2 hours. We respect everybody's time, and yes, you can get back to back testing or doing whatever you want to do tonight. Cheers, guys. So back to the host, Treyon.
Good evening, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
Positive, yes.
Okay, okay, that's great. That's great. So this space is proudly sponsored by Good Funded Trader, and the host is myself and my brand Pip City. It's a privilege to have everybody here. All right, and we're going to be starting really, really soon. Majority of the speakers are already here, in the likes of Momo Forex, the FS Goats, Great Man FX Lion, Dapo Willis, and Sally. So the person we're currently waiting for right now to join the space, right? I think about three, okay, two persons. We're waiting for Dax, the co-host, and Kojo to join on the space for us to commence. But anyways, without wasting so much of you guys' time, we're going to be starting the space right away. So the first thing I want us to do, right, is for us to listen to one of our sponsors. I'm still trying to get the EXNESS country director for Africa on the space. I think he's having a bit of network problems. I've sent requests. Okay, Kojo is here. Uh, I've sent requests to the country director for EXNESS. And if you guys notice, the reason why EXNESS is still the biggest, as you can see on the speaker row, we have FS Goats, we have Kojo Forex, we have Greatman FX Lion, and these are like the biggest EXNESS partners across three separate countries. Greatman being the biggest EXNESS partner in Nigeria, Kojo being the biggest EXNESS partner in Ghana, and then we have the FS Goats as the biggest partners for EXNESS in South Africa. So if you guys were wondering, our speakers are from across different African countries. We're talking about Ghana, Nigeria, Gambia, South Africa, and Tanzania. A lot of you don't know Amrisali. I think he's quite very popular on Instagram, but not so much on Twitter. He's one of the biggest, if not even the biggest, forex brand I've seen. He has like the biggest forex brand in Tanzania, and that's Intelligent FX. All right. So also we have Edward, CEO of Good Funded Trader. I would like Edward to give us a thing or two, tell us a bit about Gold Funded Prop Firm before we move on to getting the EXNESS country director to speak. The reason why I want the sponsors to speak now is because I understand that by the time the space commences fully, there will be little or no time to have special time allocated to sponsors. All right. But I'm going to be like, keep reminding you guys that this is proudly sponsored by, this is proudly sponsored by, and you shouldn't get tired of hearing that this is proudly sponsored by EXNESS as the proprietary, as the biggest brokerage company in the world, and FS Gold Funded Trader. All right. So over to you, Edward.
What's up, everyone? It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the introduction. It's truly amazing to be in this space, in the biggest space of whole Africa. So, and among such big names. So, thank you so much for having me. It's really a pleasure. I'm here not only to just promote GoFund Trader, which is my prop firm, but I would like to give a couple advices so everyone can actually get something from this conversation that we're having, and it's not only about promoting. So I want to start from the fact that I started off as a trader. I've been trading for 9 years. I started trading when I was 16 years old. And I completely understand what a trader needs and what a trader goes through in his years, whether he's profitable yet or whether he's not profitable yet. So I understand completely all the struggles, all the mentality problems that we need to overcome in order to become a trader. Because, you know, until a few months ago, I was not a prop firm owner, I was just a trader. So I completely understand the struggles that a trader needs to go through in order to level up in life and level up his trading. And I will say that everyone agrees that in order to become a better trader, you need to become a better person. In order to level up your trading psychology and your trading skills, you also need to level up in life in general. So if you're not patient when you're trading, you're probably not also patient in life. And you need to fix that, right? If you're greedy when you're trading, you're also probably greedy in general, and you need to fix that in order to become a better trader and a better person. So all of these things just come down to always trying to level up in every single aspect. When you make some decisions on charts, and maybe you make the wrong decision, not only on a chart point of view, but also on a mentality point of view, when you over risk, when you over trade, when you don't wait for your setup, when all of these things happened, you need to ask yourself one question. You need to ask yourself, why did this happen? Why didn't I stick to my plan? Why didn't I actually say what I said to myself that I was gonna do? When you realize why that happened and why you're doing such things, you can fix it easily. But you need to put your attention towards that. If you don't put your attention towards something, you're not going to improve it. So put your attention towards the mistakes that you're making, not just dwelling on it, not just saying, oh, I made a mistake, it's so bad, and so on and so on, but just try to understand why it happened. After you understood why it happened, then just move on. It's time to level up. There's no time to think about mistakes anymore. We already thought about it, we already analyzed it, and we're trying to level up now. Okay? So, with that being said, which are just my 2 cents on trading psychology and a couple other things, on many other spaces, I talked about the statistics and other things about Go to Fund a Trader. What I would like to say in this situation is just that we are growing very fast and we are offering the best solution to prop firm trading. We have the first payout on demand, we have up to 95% profit split. Next week, I will give you a little insight, but next week, a one step challenge is coming out. And our one step challenge will be the first one of its kind in the market. So stay ready for our one step challenge. It's going to be game changing. And also, just consider GoFund Trader because we are making level ups every single day with our payout on demand, with our up to 95% profit split, with our scaling plan, which is coming out during this month, and many other things, many other news that are just to benefit the traders. With that being said, I'm open to any question if there is one. Otherwise, I will just give the microphone back to the next speaker. And thank you so much for having me.
Okay. Thank you very much, Edward. So before we move forward, I want us to hear from our speakers, proper introduction, because I'm sure that there's some persons who are just joining this space for the first time, and there's some persons who are not familiar with the names, with the speakers. And I'm still trying to connect with the EXNESS country director for Nigeria. I don't know, he's having like a bit of network issue. Once he's on board, I will give him the mic to speak. All right. So I want Okay, I think it's finally here. Mr. Oluwatosin, can you hear me? Good evening, sir.
Yes, good evening. I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. So over to you. Want you to like give us a thing or two about XNES and why XNES is the biggest.
Yeah, thanks so much, Rayan. It's good to be here. Thanks for inviting me. And welcome to everyone on the space. It feels good to be in the midst of giants. I congratulate everyone that joined because the quickest way to become a giant is actually to hang out with them. And you eat with them, drink with them, read with them, and of course, trade where they trade. And I'm here to share briefly about XNES, the broker of choice for giants, as the theme of this space is Giants of Africa. So before I start, I'll say to big up to our partners on the space, Kojo, Forex, FX Gold, the Great Man, FX Lion, and the host himself, the founder of Pip City, Trayon. It's good to be hanging out with us all on the call and the rest of the speakers and everyone here. So I would say um, there's a lot to say, but we have very limited time. I'll just breeze in and say a few things about XNES. To start with, not every broker can handle $1 million withdrawal. To start with, without asking you multiple questions. In fact, not every broker can handle 100K withdrawals without asking multiple questions. Sometimes I wish traders know what actually happens behind the scene. How some brokers prey on their deposit and even give incentives to the staff members when they keep traders from withdrawing and all those kind of things. But anyway, let's get into some details about expense. I'll give you, because of time, maybe just about 5 reasons why XNES remain the broker of choice for big traders, for giants, for those that want stability, want to go far, and really want to take this as a long term thing. So we've said a lot of times. I'm sure you've heard before that XNES is definitely the biggest broker in the world, especially by trading volume. We're closing in on about 5 trillion monthly volume, and for you to get that in perspective, the second biggest broker is just above $1 trillion, while we are closing in on 5 trillion. So you can see the space there. And then the rest from number 3 to maybe number 100, I don't know, all below, well below 1 trillion, well below. So we are not just the biggest marginally, we are biggest by a whole lot. So that's one. Then two, we have the strictest regulation everywhere we operate. You see, we are um, so we have not just the strictest regulations, but we also subject ourselves to external auditors. We audited by Deloitte, which is reputed worldwide. They check our books periodically, and you can be rest assured that it's not just you taking our word for it, but you can be sure that our books are checked, and what we say we do have, we actually do have. Okay, number three, we one of the most important thing to a trader is actually ease our money. I'm sure that's what's most important to us all. Like, we want to be sure our money is safe and we can access it when we want to and all of that. So we understand this and we ensure that our withdrawals are automated, they're swift. You can withdraw 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Either it's $10 or it's $10 million. You can get it quickly, the same time frame. There's no special treatment for maybe a 10 million withdrawal, and then it's slower for that, and it's faster for $10. That kind of thing. We have deep pockets bigger than what you could get anywhere else. Yeah. So quickly, number four, we have been around for 15 years. For those that are clients of XNES and those that are aware, we're having a big celebration this year to mark our 15 years anniversary. So we've been around for quite a while. I and we've been consistent. We're reliable, and we've been ahead with innovation to satisfy our clients and partners. So it's been a big journey, a decade and a half in the space, forex trade. I mean, providing the best of service for traders and all of that. So, I'm sure you can be rest assured. So quickly to round off, I would say just give us a little bit of numbers. Active clients for EXNESS now is closing in on 600K, and that's by far, one of the biggest. And our withdrawals in Q1 this year was about 1.4 billion USD. I'm sure many competitors didn't do probably 2% of that within that quarter. And then we also have partner payouts within the first quarter this year, and even up through the quarter, like we are closing in on ending the third quarter. But I'll say we do well over 100 million for partners. That's in terms of partner withdrawals, commission withdrawals. I know a lot of brokers that struggle to do a million, and that's just 1% of what we do. So by far, we are the biggest in most. If you check some of these statistics, numbers, what we do, if you really want to, be rest assured and trade without being concerned about a lot of things. There's a lot of things to be concerned about when you trade. You have too much risks in the market, but you don't want to add broker risks to all the risks that you face in the market. And sure, that's the goal of every trader. So I'll say congratulations once again to everyone. Wish you like profitable trading and a very prosperous journey in your trading. So thanks so much, Treyon, again for having us, and say thank you for listening, everyone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tosin, who is the current country director for EXNESS in Nigeria, representing the whole body of EXNESS. Um, so moving on. So like I said, a lot of persons have not actually like had the opportunity to listen to any of these speakers before, and I want us to have a bit of introduction from the speakers, and then we can start the session properly. Okay. I want Olu of Trade to take over. We're still waiting for one of our co-hosts in the person of Dax to join in, and so that we can like continue. I see some persons here I would like to reference. I see Common Forex, another of my good guy from Ghana. I see Mr. Pig. I see Charles. And I see a whole lot of persons on the space. Thanks once again to all the listeners. I really appreciate your time. We know that a lot of you might be busy, but yet you took a time to join the space, not just because you want to join, but also because you want to listen to some of these speakers and learn a thing or two from everyone here. You guys are like the real MVP, the most important persons on the space for taking out time to come to listen. And I'm sure we are all going to learn from our speakers, myself included. And more importantly, and I want you guys to understand that XNES is not your regular broker. I've had the opportunity of being like in conversation with top guys in XNES. I'm talking about regional director for Africa, the country director, and a whole lot of other persons. And I've also interacted with a whole lot of brokerage services. And I will tell you for a fact, XNES is the top. Now, there's a reason why in Ghana, Kojo is the biggest, FX Gold biggest, South Africa, and Graceman Nigeria, and all are part of what XNES. So there's a reason for that. There's a reason for that. So normally there's something that Mr. Great taught me, and we will normally tell you that just two brokers in the world, XNES and others. All right. So on that note, before we start, I would like us to like get introduction from the twin, and I want to make a reference to what they usually say. They will tell you, especially Emmanuel or Tapelo, they will tell you, are you making money or is a long story? So I would like Emmanuel to start a brief introduction about himself before we have Tapelo take over. So over to you, Mr. Emmanuel. Tumelo, can you hear me? Hello. Confirm that you guys can still hear me. All of trade, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, bro.
Okay, okay. I think the twin are currently away from the phone. Tapelo, can you hear me? One of them should be close by. Anyways, so moving on, without wasting so much time. Please and please, guys, I can see a lot of requests, but we're not going to be accepting question now. We want to focus on the speakers we have on board before we move forward. All right. So the next person I want to introduce before we come back to FX Goat is no other than the founder of Intelligent FX. One, if not, I won't even say one of the biggest Forex Academy in Tanzania that I am aware of. And a lot of you would have seen a lot of pictures, videos, and adverts from Intelligent FX on Instagram. No other person than Mr. Amrisali. Mr. Amrisali, can you hear me? Good evening. A quick introduction.
Good evening, brother. I hear you very clear. Uh, First, I would like to say thank you so much for this opportunity of being here as a speaker. I know there is a lot of people, they will also like to be here, but you decided to contact me and giving me this opportunity. Uh, so I'm very grateful. And I think it is true, we have been running very greatly here in Tanzania. And I can say all traders from West Africa and all over the country, when you are thinking about visiting Tanzania, let's connect. Thank you so much. And I'm ready to share a lot of valuable insights. But as host said, I'm not that active on this platform X. I'm very active on Instagram, so feel free to connect there on Instagram. We can have chat time and a lot of things. We always conduct Tuesday market breakdown, weekly market breakdown, and a lot of programs just to impact others. And one more thing is, if you are not aware of me and you don't know what you have been currently doing to impact others, you can just go to Play Store or App Store and you can download our application, Intelligence FX app. You can learn a lot of free content. Then again, I can say thank you so much, brother, for this chance, and I'm very grateful and I'm ready to share a lot of valuable insights. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Amrisali. So our second co-host is here. I'll be bringing him up. That's a person of DAX. Um, okay. So moving forward, let's hear from my very good friend, Mr. Kojo. Kojo Forex, can you hear me? A brief introduction about yourself so that a lot of persons listening could familiarize themselves with you before we start the session. Mr. Kojo Forex, can you hear
Yeah,
me? Please
yeah.
go on.
Good evening, everyone. You may know me as Kojo Forex. I'm a financial trader currently on the retail level, making effort to transition onto the institutional level of things. I've been trading for the past 11 years, started trading from 2012, started from rags to riches, literally. Have grinded it all out, experienced all of it throughout, thick and thin, learned from experiences, mistakes, and then triumphed up to this level. My story literally is the one that is worth emulating, specifically tied towards the fact that when you come to the African sub-region, you don't get people literally being spoon-fed or coming from a well-to-do background. So if you want that epitome of an inspiration to know that from your little one-bedroom $50, $100, if you put in the necessary grind, education, and then learning the right things, and then gearing towards the right direction, you could also, achieve your aim. Then learning and tapping from the Kuju Forex wealth of knowledge and experiences is obviously what would guarantee you towards that. Of course, it's more evident looking at the influence that cuts across all social media, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, barely about hitting 200K, the impact that has affected people directly and indirectly. So, yeah, welcome to. I mean, I should say I'm honored to be welcomed onto this space, and then yeah, hopefully I'm able to share much information that would benefit you all.
Okay, so Olu of Trade, over to you for others to like give a summary about themselves.
All right, guys. So before I invite others, I want to also remind us of the host of this space, the sponsors. Trayon has done a very good job on talking about EXNESS, and Edward did a good job on talking about Good Funded. But then I'll talk about Good Funded once again. Good Funded are one of the sponsors of this space, and one of the things that really got my attention to Good Funded is the payment on demand on your first payout. It is known already. It's common knowledge that a lot of people struggle to pass their prop firm accounts and manage to get to live. And when a lot of them get to the live account, they end up not withdrawing. That one happened to me like the first two times I managed to get to live in my life. That was 2021, I guess. The first two times in that year I managed to get to live. I lost it before I got to withdrawal stage, and that thing has been catered for by Good Funded. On your first payout, you can demand for whatever profit. So if you get your live account this morning and you trade on it and you make whatever you make, you can demand for a payout. It helps your psychology. It helps you know that yes, you are doing something and you can get your registration feedback at that instant. That alone is all I can even say for now about Good Funded. So if you feel that that is one thing that you would love to do, you should go on and sign up on Good Funded and get an account with them. Kudos to them for sponsoring this space once again. So straight to it, I will call on Dr. Willis to introduce himself. And yes, just introduce yourself, Dr. Willis.
Good evening, guys. How are you? Before I introduce myself, I want to ask these hosts, why do you guys like hosting spaces by this time of the night? Don't you know that people have to sleep? It's
That for me,
11:30.
I think when you relocate back to Nigeria, you would not ask where this place by
What
this
time is it? What
time.
time is it out there, man? Fucking
It's
hell, we
it's it's
don't.
8:30 in Nigeria right now. I
It's
think I would have loved it
8:30.
better when you were in UK.
Yeah, man. It's fucking 11:30 out here. I'm so tired, but not to worry. If I've been called upon, I'll most definitely honor the invitation and be here. Even in my sleep, I'll talk about Forex. First of all, good evening to every single one of you. My name is Dapper Willis, and it's a pleasure to be on this space with every single one of you. Most of you have been following me the longest. Don't know how best to introduce myself, but I'm just a trader who pretty much started as young as possible, tried to grow up the ladder, blown accounts after blown accounts, getting scammed by educators, forex brokers. I've seen the very, very dark side of forex, and I've also seen the very, very good side of forex. As you guys can tell, I'm currently considered an institutional trader. So it's my responsibility. I feel like it's my responsibility to come on here and tell people the truth, what is obtainable in forex, the most realistic approach, so that people are not wasting their time buying into all the hype. I'm the guy who literally tells people that the hype in forex, things are never what they seem to be. So once again, my name is Tapolis, and it's amazing to have every single one of you. I don't know how many people are on here. How many people are we got on this space? We got a lot of people here. It's a lot of people. So to every single one of you who's here, it's good to have every single one of you, and all the co-speakers as well. It's a pleasure to share this stage with every single one of you. Once again, my name is Dapper Willis, and over to you guys.
All right, thank you very much, Dapo, for that. It's always nice having you any single time. Next, I'll call my man Momo Forex. Man is a big inspiration in this space. Please, Momo, introduce yourself. We want to hear from you.
Can you guys give me 3 minutes? Just speak for like 3 minutes. I'll be right back.
All right, all right. In that 3 minutes, I would not want to look like I am covering him up for someone else. Host, do you want to speak?
Yeah. I wanted to like comment, but I think that is having network issue. He should be back soon. But I wanted him to like say something before we proceed. But he'll be back soon. I had issue adding him up as co-host. So moving on. I want to confirm. FS Goat, are you guys back to your phones? Mr. Emmanuel, Tumelo, and Tapelo, can you guys hear me? Tumelo, Tapelo, can you guys hear me? I think that's still far off. Anyways, back to you, Love Tree. You can go on.
Okay. Since because I wanted to leave the best for the last, Great Man FX. I don't think we have any other speaker that have not spoken. Great Man FX, it has to be this way. So please introduce yourself, Great Man FX. We just
I
want to hear from you.
you're not even calling him right. It is great man, the forex lion. Ah.
My apologies. My apologies. Great Man, the Forex Lion. Please speak up. We want to hear from you.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I am the FX Lion. I want to thank everyone. I want to appreciate Trayon and the co-hosts for giving me this wonderful opportunity to speak on this great uh, space. And I want to use this opportunity to thank Emmanuel, every speaker, Kojo Forex, Dapa Willis, Momo Forex. I'm Risali, Dax. I can see many names. If I don't mention it, please permit me. But you know these names, especially Kojo. Kojo is the one that introduced me to Twitter. I don't do online things. He said, "Great mind must be online." So I want to use this opportunity to say, Kojo, my daddy, thank you. Thank you for giving me this wonderful opportunity, because if I'm not on Twitter, there's no way I'll be a speaker here. And Dapa Willis, I remember I come to Dubai one time. Somebody asked me, do you know there is a guy living somewhere close here that is in Nigeria? And he said, this is Dapa Willis. Do you know him? I say, oh, I don't know him, but I have been hearing that name. And I thank you, Trayon, for bringing this wonderful person to this wonderful space. I am the lowliest of all, but biggest in taking risk. So I am John Noah Greatman, a prisoner of Forex, been to prison, been locked many times, lost over 2,000 accounts. I have suffered so many times. I have run away from home. I have disappeared. I have done a lot of things. So I don't want to tell you about winning. I want to tell you about the losses. I want to tell you about the danger in being a Forex. I want to tell you how many times I try to commit suicide. Indirectly inside of me, I am not committing any suicide, because I know that there is a lot of money in Forex, and now the evidence is here. I am the FX Lion, the haunted one by the federal government. Right now, they even block my account because the money there is so dangerous, just like me. So I am the FX Lion.
Okay. It's his humility for me. He said Kojo Forex, my daddy. Sometimes I wonder how it would be when I have like $10 million in my account. No. I said 10 million. Yeah, personally, I don't have $10 million in anywhere. But I wonder how it would be when I have $10 million. When I have $100 million in my personal account. I wonder how it would be. Would I still be humble like this? Anyways, it was nice hearing from you, great man, the FX Lion. I don't know if Momo Forex is ready to speak now.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
floor
I'm
is
ready.
open.
I'm ready to speak.
All right, man. Let's have you.
Yeah, thanks for having me on here, guys. A pleasure to be on here with all the speakers. Pleasure to be speaking in front of so many people. I appreciate you having me here. Momo Forex. Go by Momo Forex or just Momo. Been trading for about 7 years now, mainly Forex. Um, I'm an educator as well. Right now, managing a PAM account on Sway Markets. And yeah, right now I'm actually on vacation, so I wouldn't be able to talk much, to be honest. Um, but I'll drop as much value as I possibly can. Thank you for having me, and it's a pleasure always.
Thank you very much, Momo Forex, for that. I don't know if Emmanuel and MC Glory are listening now. Emmanuel, MC Glory, are you online now? Okay, I don't think they are. So I would, if Dax is ready to speak, I think Dax should introduce himself. Yeah, he should be a co-host, but he has the speaker role. Oh, okay. He dropped a thumbs down, so he's obviously not ready to speak yet. So I'll give the mic back to Trayon to begin the space immediately and welcoming 2,421 of you to this space. Welcoming 2,400 of you to this space. Cheers.
So sorry, guys. I don't know. Dax, you can't blame me. Twitter is crazy. I'm trying to send you co-host, and it's telling me you're allowed up to two co-hosts. Add this person or remove the one co-host. And there's currently just one co-host on the space. I just don't know why it's still showing that. And we had you leave and join again. Same problem is still showing up. So once again, this space is proudly sponsored by XNESS, the biggest forex broker in the world. You can trade cryptos, forex pairs, and commodities. And they're also sponsored by Gold Funded Trader, a proprietary firm for traders. So moving on, we're going to be having a lot of question session. We're going to listen to our speakers, but there's a particular speaker that is not able to make it because he had an accident. So I want us to say a prayer for him in the person of Elvis Justice. We'll actually do pray he gets back on his feet as fast and as soon as possible. It was a really, really sad news for me when I heard he had an accident. But anyways, we wish him quick recovery. He's going to come back stronger and better. All right. So moving on with the space. We have a bit of selected questions that we're going to be asking each and every one of these speakers. And I'll be starting, and I want us to listen to a whole lot of story. There's no other person than Kojo who will tell you the best and best of stories when it comes to forex trading. So the first question is going to Kojo, my man. The question is, in everything you chose to do in life, why did you choose forex trading?
Right. Thank you so much for that question. Probably so many people on this space have heard me answer that, but being that we still have quite a number of people here who have probably never heard me speaking, for the benefit of that doubt, let's get back to that story. So I have a background in accounting and finance. I've always loved business right from senior high school, studied business into University of Ghana Business School, the premier one in the whole of Ghana. Studied accounting, specifically business administration, managing, specializing in accounting. Right off from uni, I wanted to like be in the military, and then my main interest for wanting to be in the military was for two purposes. First, to shape my own discipline in life, and then second, to kind of have like a good foundational standing in life, coming from the background in which I did come from. But prior to that, I had already been trading because I started trading in 2012. And in uni, first level 100, it was 2012, and I stumbled upon forex trading. I stumbled upon forex trading, not necessarily like the way most people would have purposefully for the mere fact of wanting to make money or somebody just recommending it to them. I had already been more exposed to financial movies from senior high school days, so I was almost always enticed with the kind of lifestyle I saw people that traded on Wall Street live, and that was the type of lifestyle that I wanted for myself. So I thought that the best way to have done that was become a stock trader because that was what all these guys was doing on the Wall Street. So I was looking around that okay, since I'm in Ghana, I got to study from the Ghana Stock Exchange if that is where it's going to lead me perhaps to like the biggest stock exchange market. So I took a course with the Ghana Stock Exchange, so I'm a certified stock trader. But nonetheless, that journey kind of led me realize that our market is kind of still very young and it's still quite not where we want it to be, far from where it probably must be before we can have like active volume and volatility on our stock exchange. So it kind of just made me realize that if I want to pursue that with the inspiration that I'm looking from all the movies, it's going to take forever. But the good thing is that it also opened me up to understanding other types of the market that the financial market had to offer, specifically trading, which is forex market. And reading personally deeply into that, I realized that it was pretty much the easiest to have, get onboarded on. So, understanding that it would literally take you barely about 10 minutes to create a trading account, and if you have all the necessary document verified and start trading, it's like the best with little or less, capital requirements. Like the business that you can start with little or no capital. Most people don't think about trading that way, but I started looking at it from that angle. Because if you want to be a stock trader, right, in Ghana, you want to actively have at that time, all the way back in 2012, about 20,000 cities. So you can imagine what it will probably be now. Not sure it will be anything than 100,000. So thinking that that time trading, you could easily just fund a $10 and start. I was like, wow, all I need to do is just create a trading account, and then I've started a whole trading business, just simple like that. But the whole interest then was more about the educational part, right? I'm not going to go too long to make my submission very long, but long story short, right after school, I had opportunity to do my national service. So that means that I had already been trading the market for 4 years, and that 4 years was still only for educational purpose, but not necessarily for any greed of turning my life around or making a wholesome money. Then my friends were still very much into sport betting and making a lot of money from sport betting, but I wanted to also have a personal income stream of my own, and I was really struggling to create an income stream. I couldn't sell, in campus. If you want to actually do any student business, you got to be selling water, selling credit card, airtime, selling mobile SIM card. There are various things that students would normally just engage in, but I couldn't do any of those things because I was more of a very reserved person back in high school. So I was looking for something that would keep me internal, just not really something that will really fit for somebody who's not really an extrovert, but still be able to like survive. And then so Forex proved itself to be that thing that was gradually just keeping me at bay, making my small cash, and then very excited about it. So I tell people that I did not really start off my journey with like demo trading and then basically learn this and practice and stuff like that. I was so fortunate to have this friend um who say gifted me $300 on my birthday, and then that straight away I just put it in. And then because I had just had my hands on trials and error, I did not start with like randomly putting in some lots because I had also read. I did not start with randomly putting in like, let's say, 5 lot, 10 lots when I didn't know what I was doing. I knew that lot sizes had everything to do with the volume, and then the lower the number, the less exposure you put in. So my lot sizes then was basically under zero point 0.1 lot. It meant that most of my profit were literally under $5, $1, $2, $3. I'll just close it, and I'll be happy to withdraw that $10 because it meant a lot for a student, and I'll just keep up with it. So I did that for so many years till I completed. Completing school took me to the National Petroleum Authority, which is like the authority that is under the jurisdiction to control all the downstream oil um, businesses, right? Downstream oil businesses in the whole of the nation, specifically in the role of a revenue account officer. So I kind of really had exposure to, deeper funds, deeper money. And I think that was like my real life experience coming into touch with dealing with multi-millions of dollars, because not only did I end up occupying only the position of a revenue account officer, but moved on to help the budgeting team, the expenditure team, and then the payroll team. So it kind of gave me a very good base ground in the world of finance and accounting, just as I studied in school, plus the practical experience of dealing with cash on hand, right? I kind of remember back then where I would literally process cash holdings of 5 million, 10 million, 20 million, and then I have to literally append my signature to it. And then because of the pride in doing that, I would normally just like take a screenshot of it or take a picture of it and send it to my friends. And look at my signature on the $20 million. Look at my signature, and then like we'd make fun of it. But that was where I started getting excited about like big numbers. But then my real interest, like I said, was um, getting myself into the military, right? So while I was still juggling with work with the national service, which is with the National Petroleum Authority, one year came, I was given a 1 year contract with the authority. But my main interest was with the military. I kind of like just loved it for no reason at all. But giving it a two trial, it didn't really work out the way I wanted. But there was a huge conflicting interest because the authority felt like they were giving you opportunity which you hardly ever get, because like one of the highest paid jobs in the whole of the nation, and they're giving me opportunity because of the talent and hard work that I exhibited. But it looks like my major focus and interest is in another field. So they literally could summarize that if they should even retain me full time, I'm not going to be putting much of my effort there, because for all you know, I may also be pursuing something else and then leave them, at the moment they need me the most. So it was like a two-season lost. I lost the opportunity with the military, and I lost the opportunity with the authority. And then the only thing that I couldn't lose touch with was my first love, the first place that I ever earned my real personal and cash forex. I'm like, I'm going to actually go full time to this. The other motivation that came with trading was indeed I had also seen the potential that it had to offer. Because believe me, even though I was in the authority, people were earning crazy amount of cash. And then, like I said, being one of the highest paid, jobs in the whole of the country, I looked at the lifestyle of the people that I shared office desk with, and most of them still pretty much lived the rat race. They're gonna make money, go out there, pay their rent or pay any loan they took out, and then they literally knocking the doors on the payroll manager asking when are they paying us, just when is my bonus coming in. And then these are people in their prime ages of 30, 32, 33, 34. I was probably like 23, 24 years, and I'm asking myself that these people, most of them started working there from 24, 25 years, and it's been like 30, 34 years, like 6 years of their life already gone, and then they're still living like that. Not a bad life, but pretty much average, more than the one that I anticipated for myself. Because looking at the timeline that I drew for myself with my personal aims and plans and goals in life, I didn't want to just be doing that autonomous type of a jobs. So I'm like, this is something that may not necessarily serve the kind of thing that I want to do. Because I could just compound and do a basic, thorough analysis of the salary. And then if I could just imagine that these people don't even touch their salary that they're earning for the next 5, 10 years, right? Looking at me today and the kind of thing that I have, right? Realistically, even though it's totally not possible for them to have done that, being that they're able to like not touch every penny they earned, most of the properties that I have, they're not probably going to be able to like purchase it in cash. So that potential was that I'm not going to really more like enslave myself in an organization like that and then just live a miniature life. So I wanted more for myself. And that's where the challenge of trading came in. So we decided to like black out every noise and then literally inculcate indoctrinate myself and basically just absorb my whole self into making trading a full-time career to max out whatever opportunity it had. And this is how my journey has been till date. So yeah, asking about the question about amidst all the things that I could do while trading, this is like the full scope of that answer.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So Olofred, over to you. Dax, can you speak now?
Not yet, brother. Not yet.
Okay, okay. So Olofred, over to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Kojo Forex. Before I proceed, everyone, kindly do me a solid. Follow the host, the co-host, and the speakers. Why? Because it's not everything you might hear tonight, but there are things you would hear, you would see on their tweets. There are things you would see on spaces that they will hold subsequently. So follow the host. The host drops a lot of educative videos. Follow the co-hosts. They drop a lot of educative videos, tweets, and content. Follow the speakers as well. You could be learning a lot. You could be getting some free stuff as well. But I don't want to talk about the free stuff. You'll be then getting a lot of knowledge that can help your life going forward. So the next question I have, the question I have here is for okay, I think the question will be for Dakbo. I don't think Tapelo is available to speak yet. The question is, what are the steps basically for profitability? So you could talk from your own angle, the steps that got you into profitability. What made you know that yes, I am now profitable? So generally, what are the steps to being profitable as a trader? This question is for Dapo Willis.
I wasn't expecting that question. But what are the steps to profitability? How do I want to take this? How do I want to answer this question? First of all, you have to understand that profitability is very, very. You can look at profitability from different angles. Profitability can mean profitable on one trade. Profitability can be it can be a situation of profitable this week, can be a thing of profitable this month, quarter, or for a year. Now, I mean, when you start trading, when you make your first few profitable trades, you feel like you've arrived. You feel like you can quit your job now. You call your mother and you tell her that, Mommy, you know what? We're moving out the fucking trenches. So that first feeling is amazing, is good, is great. But then, as obviously you start to place more trades, you start to realize that, and this is especially for the beginners as well, you start to realize that you actually don't know that much about the markets. And I always tell traders, your first blown account is a blessing. Your first blown account is a blessing. I remember when I had an uncle of mine. I think he invested about 50,000 US dollars in the market, and then I told him, I said, listen, you need to get yourself educated. They were like, no, Dad, what do you mean? Because he's a stockbroker as well. He was way older than me, a man that had gray hair. He was probably in his late 40s. And at the time, I was in my early 20s. I told him, I said, Uncle, you need to get yourself educated. And he refused to listen to me. Do you know what happened? There's something called beginner's luck. He was playing, trading, trading, trading. He took his, what, so he separated the money into different accounts. I remember one of the accounts because I remember I had the investor password to it. I think he took a $13,000 account to like 40K or something like that. So imagine somebody who's taking a 13K account to $40,000, and I'm telling him to get educated. Like, bro, look at this small boy. Come on, go and sit down. He was profitable for a period of time, maybe about 3.5 to 4 weeks. And obviously, he was feeling very, very invincible and very untouchable. But because I had been trading for, probably at the time, I'd been trading for about maybe 5, 6 years, I could see the bigger picture. And I could see that just because one is profitable over a short period of time does not make them a profitable trader. I'm going to reiterate. Just because you're profitable over a short period of time does not make you a profitable trader, because there are times whereby the market is trending. You have to understand that the market trends 40% of the time and ranges maybe 60% of the time. You have situations whereby the market is giving you setups that are very easy for you to trade. It is less challenging for your psyche, meaning that it is less challenging to your emotions, it is less challenging to your greed factor. Now, when these two things are not challenged and you're making profitable trades, you're not cannot consider yourself a profitable trader. Now, obviously, as time went on, long story short, guys, he blew the account. The account was gone. I remember a fully grown man calling me. I was literally lying right next to my girlfriend. I used to live, this time I was living in London. My phone is ringing by 7:30 a.m. I'm like, what the fuck is this guy calling me for? He's calling me, he's crying. He grown ass man with grey hair everywhere. He's calling me, telling me, oh my god, I should have listened to him. I'm like, yeah, you should have listened to me. The money was gone. The money was gone. Now, at the time when I was telling him, you're not a profitable trader, you need to get yourself educated, obviously he was gonna beg to differ. But I could see the bigger picture, and today everybody can clearly tell that that man was not a profitable trader. Now, the reason I'm saying this is so that you can understand the premise in which I'm coming from. Now, how do you become a profitable trader on the long run? You have to understand that, you see, a lot of people come into the forex game, with a very, very big misconception. When I came into the game, I thought that the forex market was going to elevate me from whatever situation I was in. I will not lie, I was not in a place of poverty. I come from a very, very comfortable background. But just because you come from a comfortable background doesn't mean that your parents are going to give you money. You live in a big house, very fancy place, doesn't translate to anything in your pocket. The only thing is that you're sleeping with electricity, you have 3 square meals, and you know that your family has money, but the money isn't exactly yours. I wanted something for myself. I wanted to make a name for myself.
Hello, guys.
So I
Can everybody
ventured
hear
into.
me?
Hello?
Please go on, Dapo, please.
Can you guys hear me?
Very
Hello.
well.
All right,
Very
Sorry,
hold
well.
on. One
sorry.
sec. Just
That
hold
for
on.
1 minute. Mr. Emmanuel, is that you? Can you hear me? Tumelo, can you hear me?
Hello, guys. I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Yeah, we
Um,
can hear you. We can hear
I was
us.
struggling with network. I don't know if you guys have been speaking tonight, but ever since our two speakers, the host and co-host have been speaking. I haven't heard anyone since, so I don't know if you guys can even hear me right now.
Okay, I'm texting you right now. So Dapo, you can continue. I will get Tomelo to respond via DMs. Then I will just like deliver the message to him. So
Yeah,
Dapo,
I think his connection. You need to help him fix his connection. Maybe he needs to leave the space and join it again. So you
exactly.
need to help him so that obviously he can be on here as well. I forgot what I was saying now. Fuck, where was I? Anyways, so I came into the game and then obviously I wanted to make a name for myself, as with every single person, be it whether you're from the ghetto or you're from a rich home. You want to be able to, you want to put some money in your account. You need like some $10,000. You need to buy yourself a BMW. You need to take your girl shopping in Paris and shit like that. So and you have to understand, I came into the game about 12 years ago when Instagram was just starting to come on the scene. So, I came into Forex and I wanted to start trading, and I felt like I could take my $2,000 to $20,000. I thought I could take my $2,000 to 100. Actually, I thought I was going to be rich. I thought I saw this thing. I'm like, is it just to buy and sell and all of that? I literally felt like I was going to be rich overnight. And as you guys obviously know how that story goes, this is very, 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 very similar to most of the forex stories out there. This is your ideology. This is what you come in with, and then you find out that this is not exactly the case. Now, the point at which my trading went from not being profitable to profitability was obviously you discover your edge. Now you discover your edge after you've tried as many trading strategies and styles as you can come across. Then you can now say, okay, this is the style I like, this is the approach I like, and this is it. For example, me personally, I like to short sell. I don't really like bullish markets. I can buy, I can place a couple of buy trades, but if you follow me in YouTube when you watch my trader talk videos, I like, because my brain is able to interpret the short sell setups a lot more clearly. This is my edge. Obviously, I have many edges in the game, but that's just one of the examples. So me finding my edge was one thing, but the most important thing was, see, having realistic expectations. That is what separates the profitable from the not profitable traders. People don't understand that Forex is an investment vehicle. It's not a get rich quick scheme. If you treat it as a get rich quick scheme, you will never be profitable in this game. But the moment you look at it like, okay, I've got 10,000 US dollars, right? And over a period of a quarter, I'm looking to make 30%. Over a period of 12 months, I'm looking to make 60%, or I'm looking to make even 80% or 100%, whichever the case may be. Then you can now say to yourself, if I prorate this, that means you're telling me that all I need to do is make 10% a month. 10% a month is one trade. It's literally one trade. So it was this mindset hacks that I had to teach myself, that literally made me, because as I started to grow in the industry, as I started to grow in the field, I started to attend meetings. I mean, we have the sponsors here, EXNESS. I'm not just a trader. I've worked as a broker before. I used to work in London as a broker. I've worked for the investment banks. I used to work in the FX trading division in Goldman's, in HSBC. Okay. And then I moved to Goldman Sachs as well. And I had to look around and say, come on, these institutions that are making so much money and blah blah blah, their returns don't seem to be fantastic, but people keep giving them money and bringing money to them, and they're considered one of the most go and look up BlackRock. Everybody who's listening to this space right now, BlackRock is an investment bank. I remember I was supposed to do an intern with them, but the chick who interned me, she liked me, but I didn't like her back, so they didn't give me the job. That's a story for another day. BlackRock is literally the most powerful company in the world right now. It is a hedge fund that probably does, I don't know, maybe 15% a year. BlackRock, everybody wants to be associated. BlackRock is one of the highest shareholders in Apple, Google, Tesla. They own everything. So I had to look across and I said to myself, I said, look, how do I separate, in terms of now we're still talking about profitability, how do I separate myself from all these retail traders that come and go? So retail traders are coming and going every day. This is not the first, like 12 years in the game, I've seen people come and go. I've seen people say, you know what, this Forex thing is not for me. So how do I separate myself? I have to program my mind to think like the institutions that are indeed profitable, that have indeed proven themselves to be profitable. So I had to really, really relax and manage my expectations. And I said to myself, if I can do 10% a month, one trade, all I need to do is get it right once a month over a period of 12 months, call it a day at the end of 12 months and withdraw my money. I am a profitable trader. Not the one that will make money this week, I'll lose money tomorrow. I'll make money today. I say I'm profitable. You're not a profitable trader. You are a gambler. You are a gambler. So to answer that question, what actually made me a very profitable trader, and what is most likely going to make other people very profitable traders? Manage your expectations, because when you manage your expectations and you drop the bar, there's less pressure on you. What is destroying many trading accounts is pressure. And brokers won't tell you this, but like I said, once again, I worked in the back end as a broker at FX Primus. If you go on my Facebook page, you scroll to the back, you see me. I worked at the back end in FX Primus, used to work in London. Pressure, greed. But if you are able to manage your expectations and say, come on, this month, 20% I'm done, something you know you can do, and call it a day and go again. This way you can actually, a lot of people cannot depend on forex trading to pay their bills because they don't know today if it be like this, tomorrow you know if it be like this. Today if it be like, jumping up and down the other it's absolutely chaotic. But if you say to yourself, okay, what can I do? At least I know, bad as it bad, I can get 2 winning trades done. Do that and keep it pushing, and then you come again and do it again, and you allow your expectations to be spread across a period of time. And ladies and gentlemen, you listen and apply to everything I've just said to you right now. You'll find yourself, not only would you become a profitable trader, but you will now be able to depend on this thing called forex. So once again, I hope I've been able to answer that question. Over to you guys. I've just got my food from Five Guys now, so I'm gonna be eating and listening to you guys.
Thank you very, very much, Dapo. Thank you for doing justice to that question. I believe a lot of people have gotten a very valuable one from there. I don't know if that's ready to speak, but before that, if you've not followed the speaker, the host, the co-host, and the speakers, I think you are doing yourself a disservice. Kindly go and follow the host, the co-host, and the speakers. Please do that as soon as possible because we want to have you learn and grow. Nobody is here to everybody. The thing is, black men are very supportive to one another. We are very, very supportive to one another, and that has been shown over the years. We just want to see each other grow, we want to see each other succeed. And one of the ways you can help yourself succeed, help yourself grow, is by following those that have been there and have done it. At least I can speak for myself, speak for the host and the speakers that are here. Please follow the host, follow the co-host, and follow the speakers. Thank you very much. I think I'll give the mic back to the host now to call the next question for the next speakers. I believe Emmanuel and MC Glory are online now.
Okay. So good evening, everyone. Once again, thanks for taking out time to join the space. So before we look at the next question, I want us to do something very, very fast. I tweeted about the space. It's on the Jumbotron. All you have to do is retweet. And more importantly, one of the sponsors of the space, being the proprietary firm Goat Funded Trader, is currently giving 250K accounts to two lucky persons among the many, because I don't know how out of 3,000 persons, two persons are just going to win 50K. I think I might push that number up. I might add one more person and make it 350K accounts, one from myself and two from Goats. All right. So all you have to do is click on the Jobotron, and the criteria is very simple. Follow Edward, the CEO, follow Got Funded, like and retweet, join the Discord, comment who is your favorite Got Funded affiliate partner. Of course, you just have to tag myself. Just have to tag Trayon. More importantly, I want to see you guys comment I am goated and then tag Goat Funded to your comments. All right, let's make that trend. So before we move forward, I also want to remind you guys that XNESS is the biggest forex broker in the world. Like I said earlier on, we have two brokers. We have XNESS and others. You might debate this. I don't give a fuck and I don't care. But understand that XNESS is actually the biggest forex broker in the world at the moment. So I don't know. I already spoke to Tapelo and Emmanuel to exit the space and join again. That way we'll know if they can actually stay here because they were not hearing anything we have been saying. And so my next question is going to Mr. Greatsman FX Lion. Are you guys ready to listen to story that will change your life and motivate you to do better? Now, the question is, what did you learn from your 16 years? Because I have to make it personal because I know how long he has been trading. What did you learn from your 16 years of trading the financial market? Mr. Greatsman, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Over
Thank
to
you.
you.
Thank you for this
That number
wonderful
is not
question.
small. 10 years is not small. We want to
Can-
listen.
yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Yeah. One of the major things I learned from my 16 years experience in forex trading is that forex is not about how much you make; it's about how much you have invested in your mental game. So, with this time that I have tested trading, psychological things that I have known help me majorly because I discovered that a lot of people invest much of their time practicing the trend, the charts, and other things, but do not invest more time on their psychology. So, without having a balanced psychology, there is no way you will make a head front in this business. So, conquering your mental balance and bringing it back under your control is the most important thing you can do to consistently and efficiently execute your trading duties. Because as a trader, what you need to understand mostly is that you are not losing because you do not have a good strategy. You are not winning because you have a good strategy, but you are winning because you have a balanced psychology. How do I mean? When I say this, a lot of people will not understand what psychology will play in this game. But a foolproof trading plan is great and necessary. I'm not saying you should not have a foolproof trading plan, but make sure that 70% of whatever you are doing is invested in your psychology. But I want you to know that you should not. One thing that make me going is that I have conquered my emotions in trading. I have made sure that I have done everything I can do to make sure that uh, I do not allow emotion to get over me. So why am I saying all these things? Firstly, there are things that I would like to tell you that you will not hear it from anybody. And I'm going to tell you a lot of things today that will change your life. Don't see traders making money and you begin to envy them. You do not know what they have passed through, the sacrifice they have done, the dues they have paid in making sure that they become consistently profiting in this market that is, like dining with the devil. So, in order to make and keep yourself mentally on top of your game, you have to put together this mental balance. So now, I want you to know that forex trading is not for everyone. Forex trading, just like that, but Willie say, is not a get rich quick scheme. A lot of people do not know. Many people enter forex just the way I enter forex. I enter forex 2007 after my during my NYSC in Port Harcourt because I come from a very poor background. I think everyone that is listening to me today, don't know how many number of people that are listening to me today. There is no family, and I repeat, there is no family that is not richer than my family among all of you. Among all of you, I don't know which family you come from because where I come from, The house we stay that I can remember, even if rain is falling, we used to stand with buckets, so that everybody have a position to stand with buckets, to collect waters from our roof. So this is the type of background I come from. My father is just a military mechanic, and I am just one of the 6 children that doesn't even have hope for the future. So I have to create one for myself. And how do I do this? After youth service, I just begin to look for opportunities how to get something doing. And as you all know, that in Nigeria, if you don't know anybody, even after service, that is now your suffer continues. Now your job searching continues. It's not something that will make you something better. Your school, your education, everything that you learn. I discovered that even after service, a lot of corpers begin to learn how to make shoe. Some learn how to. Some have become POS vendors, and some doing learning work after NYC. So what is the essence of going to school? So doing this in Port Harcourt, I don't want to go back to my background. I don't want to go back to my house. I don't want to go back to that poverty. This thing, but people will not see it in us. But I know that we are suffering because most of the time, my father used his salary. Before on 10th, the salary is already over. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people that lives in that before on 10, so we need to go and collect on credit foods. So I don't want to go back to this to this place again. So I come across forex trading through somebody, and I was a youth pastor in my church and a corpus leader in my church. And I have to people trust me, people love me, so I introduced it to them. People gather money for me, giving me a lot of money. I think as at then about $17,000, and before you know it, the guy that I thought is a mentor, he just scammed me and run away with the money. I don't know whether he lost the money, but I believe he lost the money because I didn't know how dangerous this game was that time. So to cut the story short, I was trying to find a way. I say, oh, if this guy lost this money, then this thing there is money in this. So I began to learn, trying to learn from people. The first person I learned forex trading from, he sold MT4 for me. I bought the MT4 $500, not knowing that it is a free thing on internet. So I don't know. I have to buy that MT4, begin to learn forex and do everything. That
Sorry guys. Can you still hear me, Mr. Luke? Can you hear
money.
me?
Yes, very well. I can hear you.
Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
Yes,
you.
yes, please.
Okay,
Disconnected.
okay. It's disconnected. Please, from where? So that I will know
No,
where
no,
to continue.
you were
Okay.
not here.
Okay. So, trying to see how I do this, I look around everywhere. There's no hope. Anywhere there's no hope. All hope lost. The only hope I have is my parents' house. Though at least the land has value and everything, and I'm the most trusted. That my father trusted me so much because he has nothing, but we have a very humble land in where we live. He bought a very small place after 35 years of service. Where we are managing, and I don't have a choice than to sell that place to use it to borrow money. So I use the house to borrow money, which at the end of the day I lost the money in forex trading. So I have to collect the money from I have to meet the people that borrowed me this money so that they will buy the house completely. So they give me the change. The change that was left then I can remember as a dollar was as 100, and I think $100 is 16,000. 16,000 I can remember then. 16,000 is $100. So they gave me the change. I funded another 20,000 as at that time. I funded $20,000 when they gave me the balance. I just absconded and didn't tell anybody until when the people came to my house to tell my parents that they have bought the house. To their surprise, nobody can reach me. The document is with them and everything, so they don't have choice than to go back to the village. So trading forex, I crashed the money again. So remaining small money,
Oh
I
God,
now
this
say,
your
oh,
story is scary.
so I have to look at what is left then, and then I have to say, oh, I need to learn this business very well. I now have to move to Russia to meet a guy that was having a webinar then and seminar by the name Peter Bain. So we were I buy my ticket, look for visa. I moved to Moscow, travel to Moscow. I was having only $4,200 then. So I moved to Moscow, attended the class somehow, sponsored by one of my one man that tried to help me get through this journey of forex. So I went there, attended the class, but after coming back, I think I've known it well. I've done all I could to conquer this market. Behold, I come back again trying the same method. Told everybody, do a lot of flyers in Port Harcourt that we are back. Go to Channel TV, Silverbet TV, begin to do everything, and I was making profit. People were coming with their money. Lo and behold, I crashed again. So, and I didn't let people know. That is what a lot of forex traders do. I didn't let people know that I've crashed. I have to look for another way to make money, to get money so that I will trade, because already the stream, the blood that flow in me is already of forex, so I don't have choice. So that's why I call myself the prisoner of forex. So I now get some people that knows me. They are military personnel, colonels, majors, and other people. They now gather some money. As at that time, 50 million naira, and they gave me the 50 million naira. Somehow, I crashed the money again. But I was now using some investment money to pay them. They were enjoying. They were enjoying the first 2 months. I was giving them, the profit on that 50,000, using other people's investment to give them money, just like Ponzi scheme. So when the thing now reached a stage, the thing is now compounding. I couldn't meet up with the thing, so everything now crashed. Before it crashed anyway, a guy that I trusted, because I do trust people a lot. He ran away with some money. It's another story. He ran away with the money. So when he ran away to UK. I don't know what to do. I have to use what I have to make sure that I make this much profit in order to meet up what he have run away with. So in the process of that, I lost everything. So there's no any way, nothing to do. I just begin to find a way out, and there is no way out, no way out anywhere. So I find my way trying to pray to God, do everything, become a pastor by force by fire, because I know I have the calling. But I know deep inside me that I'm not a pastor. I'm just a forex trader, a businessman that want to make a living, that want to change the life of millions, that want to change the life of my family, that want, because in my family, I think now I see a lot of people on this space that knows my family very well, that knows even where I'm talking about, where we lived. So I have seen some people, because I posted it in my WhatsApp. Some of them have joined to see, so they can testify to this. So to cut the story short, I just begin to find my way, and these military people begin to threaten me. I lost everything before then, but before then I got married 2017. Then I used the money for the wedding. A week, a day to the wedding, I have lost all I have. Everything, I have lost everything. I don't have anything. The only thing I have is myself, my laptop, my speech, and my prick. Nothing. So I just called my wife a day before them, because our family gave me money to do everything. I've put all the money, the whole money, everything. I lost everything, losing everything. I call her. I say, "See, you will not see me tomorrow. I am going. I have lost everything. There's nothing." She said, "No, it can't be like this. Don't worry. Let us see." We try to see. She get me the money, and we just hold the wedding like that and like that. So psychologically, that's where I'm coming from. Psychologically, I begin to understand that forex trading is not about what you know, because I've read nothing less than 25 books of forex trading. I have learned almost every strategy that you could know in this business. But why am I losing money? Why am I not making it? Why is all this thing happening? Not that I'm not profitable. I used to make 100% every day. And sometimes I will just crash everything. So to cut the story short, I married that year, thinking that maybe it will help me to balance myself and do well. And my daughter was 3 months. This is a story that I used to say everywhere. My daughter was 3 months when these military people begin to threaten me. I was tired. I remember buying this sniper. I say no, I cannot take it inside me. Why should I take it? I know that it is forex that I'm trading, and I know that this thing, if I can lose this money, I can't even lose. If I can lose this money, I can make money. So I don't have choice. I call the military people. Where are you people? I'm coming. They say, you that we are looking for, you are dodging, you are now calling us. Where? I say, just tell me where you are. I take myself there, and somehow they begin to beat me anyhow. And the commandant of the barrack now say, no, stop beating this guy. Don't come and kill this person here. Instead, hand him over to the police. If you have any genuine case against him, make the case, make the case with him in the police station. They take me to the police station. I spent 10 days in the cell. In the cell, even inside the cell, I was still making mouth saying that just give me laptop and internet, because the only thing I'm missing is just trading. I'm not even worried about the place I was. So the 10th day, they take me to the court. Inside court, they were talking. I just say, yes, I don't even waste your time. I collected money from them, 50 million. And now I couldn't have the money. I don't have the money and I've lost everything. Before you know it, the military colonel just stand up from where he was and give me, he slapped me, and I jumped out of the dock and gave him a dirty blow, because then I just want to die, but I cannot kill myself. So I was blowing him. That's how they handcuffed me inside the prison and, put me inside Black Maria, straight to the prison. That is the last time I see outside until after a year. My daughter was 3 months old then. And, the whole of the family, we are saying this is a 419 guy. This is this, this is that. My family, my wife family, everybody was against me. The only person that was standing with me was my wife. Everybody was saying I'm a 419, I'm this, because I've even collected money from their neighbor, everything, and crashed everything. But they do everything saying that, oh, don't marry this guy again. We have gotten you somebody from the US, marry him. This guy would kill you. This guy will use you for money ritual. But she just said she know her husband. She know what he's doing. This is nothing. This is just losses and it is normal. Everybody done everything. So to cut the story short, during COVID-19, before a week before COVID-19 started, I was released from the prison. That was 2020 September. Yeah, September. Right? Yes, I think September. No, September 20. Is it September 20? 2020? No, I was released, 2020, early 2020. I was released from the prison. And as I come out from the prison, I look at the up and I look at down. I don't have anything. The only thing I have, even the laptop, I don't even know where it was. I don't know where anything is. The house that I'm living, nobody is there. My wife have already moved from the house. Her family have rented a place for her so that she will not be with me. And I don't have anywhere to go. I have to find a place to go. I have nothing. And I log into my account. Then I now find $4. And I was trading this $4 because I have nothing. Was trading this $4 small, and I take this $4 to, like, somehow it reached $70. I withdraw $50. Somehow again it reached that kind $70. I withdraw $50. I shall grow this money $700 from $4. The highest it reached 19,000. I remember during COVID-19, and I bought a car. Confidence enter me. I moved to Lagos. I called my wife, I'm in Lagos, whatever it is, let me just see you. So I parked the car somewhere to see my wife. My wife was happy to see me, but she saved my name with another name so that her family would not know that I was the one calling her. She saw me and we greeted. I look at her, look at my baby. My baby don't even know me. She don't know who is talking. She was already a year plus. So I told her that I just come to greet them, give them some money, take them shopping, buy some things for them for the first time. She was just looking at me. And I settled some people from the money that I made. So I see that there is a neighbor that was disturbing. I don't have even much. I have to sell the car again to settle him so that I will just know that I can walk freely. And after doing this, I just tell my wife that I want to go back to Kaduna, where I was courting with a particular family, where I will not even have any reason to be hungry. I just need food that time. So I was there trying small, gradually, raising small accounts. I was raising small accounts. I was working. And that is when I know that, psychology is the only thing you need. I need food and a very good psychology to trade well. So I begin to trade gradually. And a man in there, I was preaching in the church and told them, if you have so amount, I will make so amount for you. So luckily, a man gave me some money, not even much, just less than even $10,000. And lo and behold, I raised this money to like $110,000 in less than 3 weeks. And this man, we shared the money 50-50. Then I got the $50,000. I say, I'm not collecting money from anybody. Guys, I made my first $1 million during COVID-19 when everybody was crying. I made my first $1 million. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. So before making that money, I moved to Lagos to see my family, my wife. So they now they asked her not to tell me where she was. So I sneak in, sneak out. I was there one evening like this. Her family came to see her, but I was there. My wife don't know what to do because I cannot go out anyway. I have to enter under bed. All my clothes with me under bed so that they will not see me. These people refused to go. Almost over 2 hours, they were there. I was sweating under bed. They were sitting and jumping on me. I don't have choice. I just have to keep quiet and, remain mute under the bed. You know, when they leave, my wife was just begging me, sorry, sorry, please, sorry. I said, don't worry. I understand. It's not a problem. So we bring all my clothes out under the bed, and that thing. The next week, I just told her that I'm moving, and that was when I moved to Kaduna. And I told myself, it's either I call her, I say, if I don't make it, I say, divorce me. You have tried. If I don't make it in 3 years, please leave me, go and marry somebody. But I tell God that I want to put all my effort in this business. I want to learn the simple things in this business. Father, I ask God to just teach me simple things because I know a lot in this business. So I want the simple thing. And I started learning the simple thing, doing the right thing. And I see that I was just growing account. And I have confidence to meet that man that gave me money. I think it was $8,400. That was what I raised to like 110,000. And we shared the money. I take the 50,000. I funded the 50,000 and I raised it. Before around, I think it was around June, I made $1 million and I withdraw. I now call my wife. I go to Lagos, bought a car again. Go to Lagos. My wife do not know that she's talking to a millionaire in dollars. I didn't let her know. I just told her we are moving to to Abuja. She said, what? She can't leave her job, this and that. I just go and withdraw $10,000 first. I pour it. My wife was shocked. Where do you do this? Are you doing Amro? I said, don't worry. I am working. I've been working in Worry. I am not doing anything. No, it's a long story. I'm just cutting all this story short. I can't just say everything because there was a time I moved to Warri telling her that I was working in an oil company, rented a room, buy a pot, buy one student mattress, trading just to make the ends meet. I was sending her small money every month so that she would think that I am actually working, not knowing that I'm not doing anything. So that was when I know that, I build my psychology and I begin to take risks because I don't have anything to lose. All I have to lose is my life. And now I cannot lose my life. So what should I lose? Only the money. So that is why up to now, that thing is still in me. I can trade anything. I remember Oluwatosin, the head of EXNESS country director. Then he was not a country director. There was a single day, I was making a profit of over $700,000. They were begging me to withdraw. I withdraw using Naira. They were begging me, don't trade again. I say, okay, I hear. I say, okay, they should allow me to withdraw with Bitcoin. Because of Bitcoin, I refused to withdraw. I was making profits. It reached 800 or something. Lo and behold, before evening, I crashed the whole money. 870. EXNESS representative is here. He will attest to that. And they were all angry with me. The EXNESS head of Africa, Mr. Paul Magrites, was so angry and mad with me. I funded again that same day. I have some money that I made. I made only one withdrawal from that account. That was $170,000, and I funded the money again, $170,000. That same day, I was trading. I said, I want to lose this money. I'm not trading to make this money. I want to lose this money. I was mad like a mad dog. And lo and behold, before evening, I raised the money back to 800,000, and again lost again to 300,000. I have to rest for the day. It's a story for another day. So, guys, whatever you are doing in this business, believe in yourself. Don't reduce yourself to begging from people. Nobody will help you in this line. Anybody that is a profitable forex trader do not want to see you come to say you don't know how to pay your rent, you don't know how to do this. You come to their DM begging and begging. Don't do that. A lot of us have passed through a lot of things that make us who we are. We are not born with silver spoon, but now today I have made a silver, not only silver spoon, a golden spoon for myself. I have one of the biggest estates in Abuja here. I have my building that I'm building, though the estate I've already sold almost all because the government, they blocked my account since November. They blocked my account because of some, fishy thing that they think I was doing. Up to today, they refuse to release the account because I know how much is there. So, guys, if I don't tell you, you will not know. If I don't tell you, you will not know because it has nothing to do. There's a level you will reach in this business that no matter how far or no matter how low you have become, you can never you can never be at the bottom again. I have come to a level in this business where I will never and never and never will never. I shout. I'm shouting this never because I can never be poor again. I can never be poor again because poverty have to do with the state of my mind. So there's no amount, even if I don't have a penny, there's no reason why I should be poor again. Because Forex has taught me the only reason why I should remain alive is because Forex exists. And Forex is the only thing that will give you the hope that you need in this world. Forex is the way, and Forex is life. Thank you. So thank you guys. Sorry for taking your time. I think.
No problem. Dax, over to you.
Mhm. Yo, bro. Good evening. Do you have questions for me or something?
Check your DM. Guys, while he's checking his DM, so I just posted something to Jobotron. A quick one. XNESS is sponsoring a free training because I know there's some persons on this call that have zero clue what it's all about and you just want to get started. So there's a free boot camp we're hosting, proudly sponsored by XNESS, and Gold Funded also part of the sponsors. After your training, you get to go home with a proper account. And more importantly, the last pin tweet on the Jumbotron is very, very simple, right? The task is simple. It says that you guys should follow Good Funded, click on it, and then tag what do I call it? Tag post I am goated, hashtag I am goated on that post. Once again, remember that this space is proudly sponsored by XNESS and Good Funded Trader. So Dax, over to you. Can you hear me now? Okay, I understand. Sorry. So he's currently driving. I think I'll leave the next question to Olu of Trade. Olu of Trade, over to you. Momo said he's not able to join because his Wi-Fi went off and he's going to be back on the space in less than 20 minutes. So Olu of Trade, can you hear me?
Yes, very well, brother. All right, all right. First, it was great listening to Great Man FX Lion. You guys now know the reason why he roared when he spoke and why I said I'll leave the best for the last. So my next question um, should naturally be going to Melo, Tapelo, sorry, but I'm going to push my next question to Amrisali. Amrisali. So the next question is for Amrisali. Yeah. So, why did you choose forex trading? That's the question for Amrisali.
Hello, everyone. I hope you are doing fine again. And thank you so
Yes.
much for that amazing question. I'll put it as simple as much as possible. I don't want to take most of your time. So it is in this way. First, I just knew Forex for the first time in 2019, early of 2019. I'm one of the person who didn't spend a lot of time into unprofitability and losing money. It was like 1 year and few months I was already profitable. And the reason why I was already profitable in very short period of time, it is simply because when entering into forex, actually I had no any background on finance, no any background about financial market, and I knew nothing about financial market. But just a common sense, I was knowing there is no free money. I was knowing that there is nothing, there is no easy way to make money. So for that fact, I decided to invest much into education, to invest much into psychology. I was jumping from one course to another, not just because I was not trusting maybe a certain strategy or I was thinking like this strategy is better than another, simply because I was just wanting to know a lot of things before selecting on what is the best. You know, most of people jump from one strategy to another because they select a strategy because they select a strategy before knowing a lot of things. So when they come across a new thing, they think like, oh, is a whole grade. But to me, it was very different. I selected a strategy to use after knowing a lot of strategy. I can say in YouTube and in a lot of courses. I can say I have learned almost all strategies, almost all strategies. Also, I don't have to mention, but almost all strategy. I'm giving this explanation to answer your question in a way that all these people will understand. So at that time, I was in the college, and actually, I was learning general agriculture, diploma in general agriculture. For my side, it was not my dream career, and it was not something I was planning to learn from high school. But what happened is, family, I can say exactly my mother, simply because I've never seen a father or even heard a voice in my entire life. So my mother was not having enough money to send me to university. So that is why I went to college. And even college, I was thinking like career I want it is pharmacy or any other health career, a career. But there was no enough money for me to go to start maybe pharmacy or medicine or any other career for health careers, what I was picturing. So I went to study general agriculture, and I just spent 2 years into the college. And in these 2 years, I was focusing much on my trading career, focusing much on my trading career. One thing which I was very grateful is I have that ability of not studying even in a single day and then come to performing an examination. So that was luck I was having. So first year I focused much on my career. In second year I decided just to drop out and focus more in my career. But this is not an advice to those people who are in college or university right now. They can think like I'm going to drop out and pursue my trading career. For my side, it was completely different. I settled the goal from the first year, and I was thinking like after achieving this goal, after attaining this certain amount of money, after attaining this kind of profitability and consistency, it is where I will drop out of the college and focus into my career. And after attaining all those things as I planned, I asked myself very few questions. And it was like, now I'm studying general agriculture, diploma in general agriculture. If you get a highest paid job, it will be like $300 per month. And then I'm currently consistently and opening some new businesses, actual physical business, not online one. And I have started making $3,000, $2,000 a month. It was not such amount, good amount of money, but consistently. So that is where I dropped out. And the reason why I decided to choose Forex over other careers or Forex over the career I was studying, I mean, general agriculture, it was very, very simple. It is simply because I just seen Forex is such a business you can start with a very small amount of money. But if you invest into the right trading skills and the right psychology, you can make a lot of money. There is very few business. You can start maybe with $1,000 or $200 or $500 and make such a huge return. We are looking into forex trading. I'm not bringing a mindset that you can invest, you can maybe deposit $1,000 and make it into millions, but there is very few career you can invest $1,000 and take a return of 10% per month, take a return of 20% per month, 5%. Very few. Most of businesses they don't have that return on investment. But not just return on investment, but also there is very few career which you can invest on the first month and get a certain amount of money, and then on the coming month you can get higher than the previous. Most of careers it is like very small gradual change, very very small gradual change. Even they celebrate 1% growth, but for us traders it is a very normal thing. We don't even celebrate. That is why I decided to choose forex over other careers. But also, I committed myself to forex trading, and I say this is career I want to pursue, and I want to get all in, even before profitability and consistently. But I was having a mindset that I don't have to quit everything for forex. I was just wanting forex to be one of the things into my life. And one of the mistakes traders are making recently is just quitting each and everything for forex, just thinking like they don't have to develop in any area of life, but just making money first. But for my side, it was completely different. I was thinking like I have to develop and grow in other areas of life, and growth in other areas of life, it is what will bring profitability easily. is what you bring consistently easily. So I was focusing much on my physical growth. I was focusing much on my relationship. I was focusing much on my other businesses, which was just a very small business. But those was kind of the business which was just giving me a money for food, a money for shelter, and all these basic needs. And this is also what I can advise to traders. You should have a job, any kind of things to do which can bring you just money for basic things. Don't think like you have to trade $100 or $1,000 and think like you are going to make a return in thousands of dollars to cover your expenses. And this is the kind of mindset which make a lot of traders fail. And one more thing which you have not asked, but I want to jump through it is two things. Actually, the mentality, and the second thing is about what we are currently doing, what make you invite me here, which it is Intelligence FX. The way even I started Intelligence FX, it was not like I want to do this thing, I want to do mentorship, I want to do training and all these things. What I was doing is the time I was focusing much uh, on my trading career. Then I was focusing much on learning. I was documenting each and everything on Instagram. And the time I opened an account, I was just thinking on what can I call this page. I guess different names, and some of the names were taken. I guess the Black FX, I don't know what FX, and later on just discovered Intelligence FX. I documented like 100 posts without announcing anything, without mentorship, without anything. Later on, I just discovered a lot of people are messaging, uh, how can I be part of this movement? How can I get skills from you? You know, at that time, I was not even that having that confidence that I'm currently profitable. As for my side, to have a confidence that you are currently profitable, at least you must have a 6 months track record, 6 months of record explaining each and every trade you have taken, and actually not just a track record, but you verified you, and maybe from my FX book or from any platform which it is valid platform for creating portfolio. So it was like, well, you just come, we'll get a time, we'll discuss. I will know what you don't know, and you will know what I know. So it was in that way. But later on, it is where I decided to do it seriously and impact others. And why I said this, it is simply because most of traders recently, they just focus on making money, just focus on doing things you can bring money. But what you are supposed to do is just focusing on becoming an asset, focusing on helping others, focusing on your own career. Once you can impact your own career, it's that simple, you can impact others. Simply because I have seen a lot of friends, a lot of people, they get into a wrong way which make them make no money into the market just by involving themselves into these activities like mentorship and all these things. Simply because if you cannot help yourself, engaging yourself in helping others, it can ruin your life. If you cannot become profitable by yourself and engaging in other uh, people issues, it can bring you a lot of mental breakdowns. Simply because if you cannot even control your own emotions, how can you control emotions of a lot of beginners and a lot of toxic clients into this space? So this is all. And another thing is about mentalities. Nowadays, a lot of traders are into funding mentality, are into thinking like they want to be funded today. I've seen even here have a sponsor, which is a very nice thing. I will also look into this prop firm and take advantage of what they are offering. I've seen they're coming with one steps and all these things, which are very cool. And what I wanted to say is it is very nice to take advantage of these prop firms simply because the time when we was starting trading, there was no this kind of thing. For my side, it was not that popular. I didn't knew even if there is a prop firm. I come to realize about prop firm in 2021. But currently, even a trader who is starting today, you already know about prop firm and all these things. But what people think is prop firm is an escape route for hard work, prop firm is an escape route for uh, learning, prop firm is an escape route for backtesting, for testing and stress testing into the market. But that is not true. What you have to do is invest in yourself first, uh, Take time to build your career, take time to have a track record of your own performance, and then go to Pro Film. You'll make performance as soon as possible. Don't be in a mentality of thinking like my next challenge is going to be a challenge which can make me successful. My next challenge is going to be a payout challenge. My next challenge is going to be everything. You can end up losing a lot of challenges. You can end up losing a lot of challenges and thinking like the next one is going to be the golden challenge. You can lose even 100 challenges. Simply because we have come across people who are 7 years, 10 years, and 12 years into the market, but they have never make even a single penny from the markets. When you see these traders explain like they have been to 12 years into the market, example, Brother Greatman, they have done a lot of things to be there. It was not simple. It was not simple. Though, so don't think like the journey is going to be simple. Is you are going to be very strong enough to tackle the journey. That is all what I can say, and I can say thank you so much. And that is all, very short and clear.
All right, thank you very much, Amrisali. That was really awesome. That was nice. Um, yes, I think I'll give the host the mic. I don't know if Dax is still ready to speak yet. But I think I'll give the host the mic to throw out the next question quickly. It's 4 minutes to 10,
Yeah, bro.
and we have to hurry things up. Okay, Dax. I think you have some questions lined up, I guess, according to what the host iterated. So yeah, the floor is yours.
Sorry.
Or is it just me, or you guys cannot hear me?
Okay,
That
okay, okay. I'm right here. I'm right here. All right. So I think this question is actually directed at Mr. Coach Forex, right? So it says, sorry if you can actually hear the background noise. I'm actually driving. Then the question is, so Sakojo, please can you tell us the steps of for profitability? I mean, what steps should newbies and those that are probably still struggling with trading, what steps do would you recommend them to take? More like guidelines, things to do to become a profitable trader, consistent profitable trader. Yeah.
All right. So basically, when it comes to me, I always tell you guys that everybody got to find their own truth in the game, right? Now, there's so many spaces that have actually granted and speaking about traders maneuvering through their journey in the market when it comes to how you can be able to disseminate so much of the information that is out there, the noise, and then scrap it off and then make sense out of the few ones that is going to help you. If you look at this space that we're having now, some of the great speakers that we have on the platform, Dax, I've had the opportunity to like have a one-on-one sessions with him before explaining his concept and ideas into the market. The same with Greatman. Greatman literally uses some obscure strategy. Like if you hear all the story Greatman has shared, and then Greatman opens his MT4 platform for you, you're going to probably be like, bro, you're not a serious man. But the type of money that he has made with that type of strategy, some people may live life and never see that type of money before. The same with me as well. I have my own concept, but with me, I literally, like I said, have always approached the market from that experimental point of view and then a studious background. I've always like had so much curiousness in understanding all the various indicators on the trading platform and how it worked. So, with that being said, on the MetaTrader 4 platform, we can see the numerous indicators that are on there, the Bollinger Bands, the Ichimoku and stuff like that. I'd normally like take each one of them, read about the creator, and then see how I can use that to make meaningful information on the market and seek profitability. But over the years, I kind of realized that with experience and market condition and market cycles, you realize that probably some indicator is going to work for a particular duration and then suddenly it's not working again. For a closed-minded person, that's the end of it. They're going to probably think, oh, this forex thing don't work or this indicator don't work, rather than seeking into the deep mind of why it is not working now and then what could have been the difference. So having gone through all those processes, I kind of realized the truth and then what I was missing out and what was really making that much of a difference. And then with that evolved into what's the name? My price action trading. Price action is one thing that like made that much of a huge difference in my trading perspective. I was that type of person who would normally easily bullshit what's the name, candlestick patterns, and like I did not, because I was not using it, and then I was very close minded then, right? Of course, like now I'm very open minded and then like well read, but because I was like very, I'm talking like some 7 8 years ago, I didn't care about, all I knew is what I knew that was working. But after studying and then taking much ample time to really look deeply into it, I realized that I was missing out a huge part of the puzzle. So I gave it that focus, and I could see the gap it filled. But this, it didn't just happen overnight, right? I believe in giving time in anything that in mastery. Some people don't believe in time in mastery. For some people, like whatever they want to do, they just want to get that instant gratification, right? I kind of really mastered the idea of delayed gratification. Delayed gratification is what has been like the game changer in my whole life. Most people, perhaps this is like the first time you're hearing the word delayed gratification. Take time, write it somewhere in your diary, like meditate on it. Go deeply, go on YouTube, even go and search, go on, go pick anything. Just Google and read deeply into the whole idea and meaning of what delayed gratification, because based on that I was able to like understand even till date. Like when I'm doing something, I have so many of projects that I have lying on my desk that I understand that like they're not just gonna become that unicorn that I want them to become overnight. They're gonna probably take a lot of time, a lot of effort, but gradually, as much as I know that I'm heading towards something, then I'm gonna actually get that gratification I'm seeking for, but not immediately or instantly. So delayed gratification taught me that even though I'm literally transitioning from the use of indicators, moving average and stuff into like price action, candlestick, pure price action, and then trying to find my own way into the market. I'm not going to get that answer, let's say, just in a week or just in 2 weeks or just in a month, right? I literally give myself a whole year, which most people are not willing to even give in the market, right? When they want to achieve success. But you must be able to understand that this is what it takes. So giving myself that whole year, I mean going monk mode, going full focus. It's not like a whole year you're just running around doing your own business. One time you feel relaxed, you open your laptop and say, hey, I'm going monk mode, I'm going, that's literally like, deceiving your own self. So I was like very engulfed, like very like I'd say involved, and then just too deep into like that time that I'd given myself. And that's what it takes to achieve mastery in anything, right? As much as I was talking about my experience with the moving averages, the Bollinger, and all those indicators out on the MG4 platform, I did not only just seek to like learn about them, read about them, and then basically have a very light-ended opinion about them. I wanted to have mastery over them so that when I'm talking about them, I can talk about them with extreme confidence, knowing exactly what I'm talking about. And that's what mastery takes, right? So I'd normally like take this and read it and then use them for about 2 months, 3 months, sometimes up to like a whole year, literally focusing, right? I talk about instances in my life where, especially in the year 2017, I focused solely on trading the pound pair, specifically the GBP USD. And it was also out of a pain point. I actually lost huge sum of money in trading GBP USD and thought like I wouldn't feel defeated losing that type of money. I want to make my money back, but I want to see where I did wrong. And because of that, I'm going to see how I can correct that wrong by focusing on all price action pertaining to like trading the pound pairs from like dawn to dusk and for a whole year. And it kind of gave me an insane edge and hit rate and mastery in the pound. That's why in today's market, I can literally sleep, wake up on Monday and tell you, look, pound is going to go up. If you doubt that, go sell it. and then you come crying. Not as if like I have a key or control the market, but just that being able to build edge and strong, you know, thesis around the directional movement of this market, that it's almost like hard for me to like get like directional movement wrong based on that thorough educational guess that I put in place. I always see trading as we are literally doing an educational guess. Educational guess. Most people literally are doing gambling, and then in fact, I'm not going to say that anybody that trades is not necessarily entirely involved in gambling, but there are certain gambling it has less of an education back in it. But if you're well read and you're applying certain metrics that the ordinary person is not going to really be tapping in from, then you're not just basically gambling blindly, but you're doing something that we call educational guessing. So it's like with me, I kind of really had much metrics and data that backed my call and decision for the pound and in decisions and direction for the pound because of how long it took me with the delayed gratification I'm talking about, and then studying detailed into it. So for anybody that really wants to look into mastery and becoming good at something, they want to give yourself that perspective of understanding that everybody has their own line. Nobody's going to have, there's no, I always say that trading is not a discipline. And sometimes when I say that trading is not a discipline, you get a lot of people wondering, are you talking about the discipline in trading psychology? No. When something or a subject matter is a discipline, it's the same all throughout. Go on YouTube and just type market structure. Market structure as a concept is more like a discipline. Everybody's going to tell you lower high, lower low, higher high, higher low. Nobody's going to say higher high, higher high, or lower low, lower low. Everybody's going to literally say lower high, lower low, lower higher, higher low. But when it comes to trading concepts and strategies, if I say the way I identify my support level is marking any reversal in the market, then somebody's going to say the way I identify a support level is when I find consistent rejection in about 4 zones. Somebody's going to say the way I find reversals is when I see a consolidation of candles that kind of signifies my what's the name, demand region. So people have several concepts of how they're going to define one simple thing, which means that there's no discipline to it. When you study accounting and then you're doing double entry, when you go and they tell you that this is debit side, this is credit side, you cannot go and say, let's say you learn that in University of Ghana, and then they're telling you double entry accounting, debit is here, credit is here. You cannot go to KNUST and they'll tell you that our own is not debit and credit, it's, let's say, back and forth. It doesn't make sense. They are going to be speaking the same language. So that is what a discipline is. But when it comes to trading, there's nothing like a discipline. That's why in today's world, anybody can just create their own concept and start giving it some labeling: XYZ, POI, POS, MWU, whatever, and then literally say this is pertaining to me and then my circle of people that are mentor, and then this is how we do our thing, and it is the mastery of the market. The moment you learn it, you're going to become, whatever in the market. So as far as these people's concept or perspective is involved, then this is their truth and this is their discipline. Right? If you follow it, then you're following their way. And if you trying to also create your own thing, then means that you're literally creating your own discipline, your own knowledge or your own perspective into interpreting your idea of the market. So I can always leave it very open that for anybody to want to really attain the level of proficiency and then skills and then a consistency in the market, then you must be extremely ready to give out that monk mode in skill focus, which I also emphasize that it should revolve around delayed gratification, and then open-mindedly adhere to open yourself up to like trial of basically everything that is available to you for the usage on the market until you find the one that basically dances to your tune, speaks your music, and then you can now hit your hands on your chest boldly and say, this is my truth. This is the thing that makes the big deal for me, and this is the one that I want to use. And once you're able to make that bold claim, you can also tell yourself that this is the end of my struggle, this is my end of my poverty, right? Which is like something that I really remember was a very primary occasion with me. It was a Sunday afternoon after I discovered that final bit of the missing puzzle I was looking for so many years. I told myself, this, it was 2019. I said, this is the end. I called so many of my friends, right? Very, very prominent guys around now today. I called them in a single room. Look, I was overly like, I was overly over the, like, I was basically like overwhelmed with that excitement and that energy that I just called them in to kind of feel like I have seen it. And I'm telling you on this space, until you hit that level where you can hit your hands heavily on your chest and say, I have solved that answer for myself. You'll be invited on, or you retweet and join 10,000 spaces. Your life will still be the same. Nothing will change with you. You come and listen to big English and grammar and then motivation and stuff. You go back and do the same because you've not hit that chord in your heart what tells you that, bro, sieve out the noise. Forget who is saying this and who is talking about this is the new strategy. This is the new. Sometimes people feel like it must be complex to make meaning. Oh, if it's simple, it's not. Or somebody feels like, oh, if it's simple, it's not logical. Or if it's simple, that's the best way. It doesn't matter. None of it matters. As much as it is your truth, as much as it is what makes you identify, that confidence. So yeah, I came on a space and someone was asking me, could you've been at the mercy of trolls. People come here and say nonsense about you, this and that, and but you've stood the test of time. I've known you for the past 5 years and stuff like that. What is the secret to it? Right? And made a joke that you should probably go to the sea and throw 3x around you, and that's probably the secret to getting adhering to trolls and stuff. But the real reason that I ended up sharing with the person is that the secret to that is that I hold a key that nobody else controls but the market. The only thing that can stop me is when I wake up and the MT4 is not moving again. As much as I have defined my truth and then my perspective and logic around the market, which is the primary source of my money, wealth, which is the one that pays me. The only person that can shut me up is when I wake up and then like the market is normal. It's not about the broker. If I wake up and XNES is broke, it's shut down, right? I can always move to the next best one. Of course, XNESS is definitely far from what's the name shutting down, but for perspective's sake, right? I can literally move to any platform and then replicate the same thing. That tells you that the only thing that can stop you is the market, not anybody, not trolls, not something. And then once you hold that key and power and believe in your own self with confidence, with evidence, if you no get evidence, that one you go explain, tire. You must have evidence to back the fact that you have identified that key that allows you to be able to trade and then determine, your own fate on the market. But that I'm saying that it comes from that education, hard work, and then laser focus of literally identifying your truth. So yeah, that's what I would say to that. Hopefully, it answers your question.
All right, thank you very much.
Dax, we can hear you. I think you're muted.
Yeah, I said thank you very much for. Sorry, let's see. Where can I stay you for a few minutes? Where can I stay for a few minutes? So I'll be back. Yeah, so I said thank you very much, Mr. Kojo, for that wonderful piece, right? Um, but I'll hand over the mic to Lorraine.
Uh, Follow of truth.
Yes, okay. I think Dax is a little bit hooked up somewhere. The space is recorded, and I wanted to say something that would have. Anyways, Dax is a little bit hooked up, so I'm just going to throw out the question for him. Okay. That ball really is. I know that it's late where you are, and I would like you to take the question one. Why did you choose Forex? Why did you actually decide that it's Forex I want to do? Why didn't you choose to go on with what you studied or what you wanted to study? Why Forex? What made you choose Forex trading? It could just be a reason for somebody to choose Forex tonight, or a reason for somebody to stick with Forex tonight. Takwa Will is over to you.
Well, first of all, guys, it is 1:14 a.m. here. I This is probably going to be the last question I'll be able to answer before I have to go to bed. But why exactly did I choose Forex? So I actually did not. I actually did not come into the industry with the intention of trading Forex. I was watching a movie one day, and the name of the movie is called Wall Street Money Never Sleeps. And I saw the guy in the movie, the guy's suit was very nice. he just received a bonus check of 1.4 million US dollars. Nice apartment in New York, in Manhattan, and I think at the time BlackBerry was the order of the day. So the guy was just he just looked really cool, man. I think in the movie he was 26. The name of the movie is called Wall Street Money Never Sleeps. It's Michael Douglas and Shia LaBeouf. So the guy's 26 years old, has a bonus check of $1.4 million. So I'm like, what is this occupation that this guy is doing? Who is his work? What is his work? I'm interested. Mind you, I'm 16, 17. I just finished high school. So I was watching TV with my uncle at the time, and I asked him, what going on with this guy? And he's like, oh, the guy is a stock trader or stockbroker, one of them. So I just basically got to understand what he was doing, and then my intention was to actually trade stocks, because you have to understand, back in 2011, the brokers were obviously forex brokers were promoting, but it's not as there wasn't social media. I mean, not at this scale. So I came into the industry wanting to trade stocks, and then one day on Twitter, I think I'm tweeting about stocks or something, and then one guy slides into my DM. I don't know. I think he's still on this space, but he just sent me a message. His name is Wisdom, right? That's the guy's name. It's funny because I haven't heard from him in such a long time. Only recently we just connected, and we just connecting, and it's crazy because he actually introduced me to forex, and he was like, "I see you trade." I'm like, "Yeah, I trade." He was not like, "Okay, cool. What do you trade?" So I told him what I trade. So the guy was like, he trades forex. I was like, all right, cool. At the time, I didn't really understand forex. Like, why am I? The euro is one price, the dollar is on different price. Coming from going to a hotel to change money. Those of you who live in Lagos, you know what a hotel is. Hotel is where the bureau de change people stay. So I'm thinking, like, how does this even work? And the guy was like, listen, try forex. It is it's a lower barrier of entry, because at the time I was in Nigeria, it was impossible to open a stock brokerage account. Impossible. If you wanted to trade US stocks, not possible. The Nigerian stock market, dead. It wasn't dead, but it wasn't moving. It wasn't as volatile. There was no leverage. You couldn't even short sell. I don't think you can still short sell till today. You could not, how in Forex we buy and then we sell. Not close your trade, but like short sell. In Nigerian stock market, you couldn't do that. So, you know, couldn't trade stocks in Nigerian stock market, couldn't trade US stocks. So like, give Forex a go. And then he also said even on the Forex trading platforms, you can trade stocks as contracts for differences, GCFDs. So I decided to try this Forex. I know nothing about it. I'm playing around with Euro USD, GBP USD. I'm even trading on 1 minute time frames. I'm looking at the tick chart because, just looking like what's going on. And that's exactly how I got the Forex bug in me. And as you guys know, the rest is history, because once you start trading Forex, you just literally become addicted. Now, that's where the learning now starts. Another reason why I chose Forex, decided to trade, was, you know, I remember just after high school, I had a cousin of mine. He came, he was, how you have like, I won't say less privileged, but like, how they send one of your distant relatives to come and stay with you guys in your house. So he was staying in my room downstairs. And then I remember the guy used to wake up in the middle of the night. He would be praying like this. Be praying, die by fire, die by fire, die by fire. He used to go to Mountain of Fire. I'm waking up at 3:30, 4 a.m. in the morning. I'm like, who is this guy? What kind of demon is chasing this guy? What's going on here? I'm like, what's going on with this guy? This guy, Mountain of Fire people, bro. Those you guys can pray, man. Anyways, those guys who don't know what Mountain of Fire is a church. It's a church in Nigeria. The boy, they pray like this. I'm like, ah. So I asked him one day. I said, Obina, what's the problem? He said, man, Taps, I'm looking for a job. Like, I'm really at this stage in my life, I need to have a good job. Look at me, did that, blah, 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 blah. I say, so so guys, you have to understand, I'm 17, just finished high school. I still have to go to university before I even start thinking about getting a job. He was done with like university, youth service, and everything. So he was under serious pressure. Nobody was really putting him under pressure, but you know how the average Nigerian youth is very, very, very hungry for success. Extremely hungry for success. Funny thing is, now the guy is very, very, I think he's got his own company now. He's a big boy. But anyways, that's, by the way, this is, I'm talking about was 2011. So I asked him, I said, bro, what is the problem? He said, man, I need a job. So I need to get a good job. Like, he wanted to work for like an oil and gas company because at the time, working in an oil and gas company was the order of the day in Nigeria. And then he was like, I need to get this job. Long story short, I feel like me watching him be so stressed and, you know, desperate to get his life together. And because I saw it firsthand, like I'm seeing this guy, he's literally, his life is about this job he needs to get. I'm 17. I'm like, what? Wait, is this what after university looks like? Nah. If this is what after university looks like, I need to start getting my shit together from now. This is why I actually started taking trading a lot more seriously at the age of 17. Because I said to myself, what I have, because he was about 9 years older than I was. He was 26, I was 17. I had 9 years to get to where this guy was. So I said to myself, it is time for me to start now. You're 17 years old. You're trying to ensure that you don't end up like Obina, who is crying and binding and casting and binding all the demons in the whole house down. What do you do? Forex was the best was the gateway to success. Forex was the only way. Like, I mean, I didn't have any qualifications. I didn't have anything. This one was between me, my laptop, and the markets. And I think, fortunately for me at the time, they had just installed Wi-Fi in the house. Back in the day, most people had to go to like cyber cafes or you had to. It was expensive, but I think we just installed internet in the house, and I had my laptop. And at the time, my parents were trying to decide if they wanted me to go to the UK or to go to the US to further my education. So I had like 1 year and 9 months to stay at home between when I was 17 and when I went to the UK. So yeah, forex for me, low barrier of entry. I opened my trading account, no hassle. You know, my first broker was markets.com. Brokers now. Once you just put in your name, email address, and phone number, they'll start calling you. Hello, 5,000 deposit? No, 2,000, no, 3,000. How much you have? I say, people calm down. They say, no, they even told me they would train me. We'll teach you, and blah, blah, blah. And yeah, the first deposit I put in, obviously I blew it, it was gone. But to answer that question, Forex represented freedom. It represented um, your ability to be a nomad. And yeah, it represented the fact that you don't need any qualification. The qualification you need is your ability to understand price action and be able to interpret it in the best way possible. For me, it was liberating for me because I just said to myself, if I hold on to this, get very good at it, understand the ins and out of this industry, this market, I can actually make something out of myself. So that's exactly, why I chose Forex. And when I finished university, I mean, I'm 29 now. Started making a lot of money from when I got into university. Once I got to the UK, I remember being in my first year of university, thereabout. I'd already started teaching in university lecture halls. I was teaching professors how to trade forex because I'd already understood the top-down analysis and price action and all that kind of stuff. So students literally used to come, speak to me and ask me how to trade and all that, blah blah blah. So yeah, to answer the question, forex represented freedom. Forex represented the fact that I could wake up broke today and I could become rich tomorrow. Although I'm being honest, that's not really the case. But it represented the fact that, regardless of where it represented the fact that if I understood this skill, even if I go broke tomorrow, I'll be able to bounce back. So I hope that answers the question. Once again, I'd like to say good night to every single one of you who showed up today. I wish I could have stayed here a lot longer. To all my followers, supporters, everybody out there, you guys know I love you very much, but it's 1:25 a.m. in the morning and I'm so exhausted. I hope to speak to you guys soon. Hope to catch you guys. Massive respect to all the co-panelists and shout out to Pip City for hosting this amazing space. Shout out to the sponsors for putting this together. It is time for me to officially bow out. I love you guys very much and one love.
Thank you once again for accepting to speak on the space. That Populis, it's always a pleasure having you on the space. So moving on, I think finally Momo is back and he has access to internet once again. Momo, confirm you can still hear me. Momo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, that's great. So before we ask you any question, I want you to give a quick summary about yourself so that those listening will get info about you before we get into the questions. Can you do that real quick?
Yes, quick summary about myself. I'll start with. Sorry, guys. I just got back home. I'm still on vacation. All right. Summary. Let's see, where do I start? So I'll just start with when I came to the U.S. at 17 years old to study biomedical engineering. First, I came to study computer science. After 1 year, I didn't really like computer science much, so I switched to biomedical. I always wanted to be an entrepreneur, business owner, but obviously, at such a young age, you have to, you know, please your parents and go by what they say. And at that time too, I thought the best thing would be start up as an engineer, get a stable job, you know, start making all the money, and then start up a business or whatever entrepreneurship later on. So went to college. Um, I'll just skip to my junior year when I met Nick Sean, who was my original mentor in Forex. He's kind of the only mentor I've really had in Forex. He taught me the foundations, all the fundamentals of trading, and then he also taught me one strategy, which I still use today. And that and another strategy I learned as well later on. Those are the two foundational strategies to everything I trade. So I met Nick, started trading. I didn't have any real pressure to make money at that time because I was in university. I had all my bills paid. I had a side job, I had a scholarship. Everything was fine. I didn't have any financial strains at that age. There was not really any social media exposure. I didn't even use social media much. So, my first 2 years of trading wasn't that bad at all, to be honest. I got on to the strategy pretty quickly. After about 2 years, I already was profitable just after 2 years. So after that, I would say around this time, let's say in maybe the third year of trading, that's when I graduated out of college. Traded for I think about 6 months or so, and then became an educator as well after that. And I would say in terms of hardship in trading, it came around maybe 4 years in. That's when I really had trouble with trading. I think at that time there was a lot of changes in the market. I was also getting into crypto as well. That's crypto is where I mainly lost a lot of money or any type of hardship started, to be honest. So got into crypto, made a lot of money in crypto, lost a lot later on. Then where do I go after that? Yeah, then I just went back into forex, just moved away from crypto, so a bit more. Well, just focused on my basics, develop my strategies. Now I'm managing six figures on swing markets, managing a lot more in prop firms, personal capital as well. Still educating, but not sure if I'll do that much longer, to be honest. But I'll still do it for a few years at least, give people all the knowledge I can possibly do, and then still after that, give you know, continue giving knowledge always. I don't think I'll ever stop being an educator, but I'll probably stop being any sort of paid educator anytime soon. Um, but yeah, that's mainly my story, guys. I'm a little bit tired from all the exercise, but I hope that gives you guys a little bit of insight, and I can definitely answer any more questions and everything in a lot more detail.
Okay, that did give us a bit of insight into you. And so we have three questions, but we're going to start with the first question for you. And so the first question is, what did you learn from your years of trading?
What I learned from my years of trading, I'll start by talking about psychology because everyone knows psychology is the main thing in trading and all of that. I think what I learned the most is like how important it is to make sure that you are always in a good psychological state, environmentally and mentally as well, and not in a conscious way, but in a subconscious way. And what I mean by that is, like consciously, you can think about yourself and be like, okay, everything is fine. I can still make the right trade. Everything will go well. Consciously, you're telling that to yourself. But if you think about your subconscious, you have to understand your environment. Are you in a happy place? Are you in a good place financially? And everything else, that's affecting your psychology, whether it's relationships or school or whatever it is, it has to always be in balance. That's the more important thing, to be honest. You never really realize it unless you have like a little bit of downturn, and then you kind of understand, okay, well, this is more important than everything I know technically, right? So after that, going into technicals and like generally becoming a better trader and the learning process, I would say the most important thing is journaling. There's nothing more important than journaling. Absolutely nothing more. The more you journal, the better trader you are, the faster you become profitable. The only thing about journaling I would like to I would like to emphasize on is, make sure you are making improvements every single time to your journal and to the details. The thing is, when you start your journal, it'll probably be very, very straightforward, not complex, not many terminologies or much at all. But later on, you'll have more ideas as you trade. Make sure do put a lot of work in your journal, the same way you put a lot of work in like chart analysis or education and all of that. Because at the end of the day, that journal is what is gonna like keep you grounded. You know exactly what to do because you have all the data, you have all the examples, and that's the way you can also adapt, with market conditions changing, strategies changing, and all of that as well. So in terms of trading, in terms of like talking about it from a technical standpoint, I would say focus on journaling, make sure it's always perfect. Psychologically, uh, make sure you're always in a good psychological state because that is the most important thing to your trading success.
Hello, trade, can you hear me? Hello? Hello, trade, can you hear me? Sorry, can you guys still hear me? So I know that I'm not rugged.
I can still hear you. I don't know about everyone else. I can hear you.
So once again, and I would like to bring it to remembrance that this space is proudly sponsored by EXNESS and Good Funded Trader. And currently, Good Funded Trader, they are offering 250K accounts for this space. Giveaway is posted on the Jobotron. All you have to do is follow their account, like retweet, and tag your favorite Goat affiliate. Of course, you should just tag me. I shouldn't have to like tell you that, but that's like a very simple thing to do. So once again, we're going to be moving on to the next person. I want to confirm if my co-host can still hear me. Olu of Trade, can you hear me? Olo of Trade, can you hear me? I don't know. I can't hear any other person apart from Momo. Okay, I think you
He's
have your
rugging.
network.
He's rugging. He's rugging,
Okay.
I guess. So can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, Dax, I can hear you. Dax, I can hear
All right. All right. All right.
you. So, Dax, are you free now? Or you still busy?
I miss you.
Sorry?
Yeah, bro. I miss you. I miss you. I miss you. I miss you. What's up?
So just check it. We're trying to get
Okay. I should. Okay. That's Christmas. Great man.
that question.
All right. So what did you learn? Okay. So this question is directed at Great Man FX Lion. Sir, I listened to your story and it was all right. Great Man FX Lion. I have a question. All right. I think this is similar question to what I asked Mr. Koji, right? So please, in a few words, can you please tell us the steps to profitability for what you feel, those steps or guides, that can make a struggling trader or someone probably who is profitable. Like you said you can. I mean, was it even you or um, Dakpo said something about you not being a profitable trader if you can't do it for a long period of time, right? So we know a lot of traders are actually profitable but not consistently profitable. So what are those steps you think we should actually take, so actually be consistently profitable?
Okay. Thank you once again. I remain the FX Lion. Um, Number one step for being profitable is you stop chasing the crowd. Sorry. A lot of people, they are not trading because they want to make a living. They are trading because they want their neighbor, or they want to show they want to show his colleagues or his family that he has arrived. Trading is not like that. A trader that want to make a living and want the world to see him in trading have to be a disciplined trader, because it is not every time that you make profit. Even as a profitable trader, there are some times that you lose and there are some times that you win. There is no way. I have never seen that system that is even 90% winning, except if you follow the lies in internet. My 16 years of trading have taught me how to discipline myself and understand that you don't need to be trading for years before you can be profitable. I have seen people that have started trading in less than a year and they are still profitable, and they are mastering and working on their strategy and still remain profitable. And when I see them and talk with them, I know that these people will go very, very far. And I wish I had that opportunity that they have. Like when I started trading, there's no information on trading like this. You hear people talking about SMC, a lot of jargons that I don't even know. All I know, I have made my system a very simple one that people come from UK that I charge $5,000, and I will keep them in the hotel because I know I have nothing to show them. I just have to show them my simple 20 minutes and the $5,000 is gone. Why am I saying this? The reason is because a lot of traders do not know how to handle emotions. Things might not go well at the start of every trade. Sometimes traders hit big loss. Many new traders lack the emotional strength to stomach it well. I've said it earlier. It is not everybody that have the emotional strength when they lose that they will come back again. It is not everybody. And this inexperience pushes many to hastily and change their setup. Many people will change their trading strategy. You don't need to change anything if you really want to remain profitable. That system that you are learning, that you are relying on, and you, before you can choose that system, you know that it's working for somebody. Find out what is missing in that strategy that is making you not to be profitable, and work on it, and work on your lot size. Know the load that your car can carry. I can't be using Mercedes Benz, or like no, let me use. I can't be carrying a whole lot of mattress cushions, GP tank on inside the boot of Mercedes Benz. I have to look for a truck. So what type of what type of account are you trading? How much is in your account? Know how to calculate your risk and know how to hit the market and when to hit the market. Sometimes market take you out not because you are wrong. Sometimes it takes you out because you enter at the wrong time. Sometimes market knocks you out not because you are not doing the right thing, but because you are doing the right thing at the wrong time. What is the right time that you have to know that this thing, or in particular your strategy, whether moving average or any other thing that is moving, what is that thing that you need to fine tune in order to stay in this market? Because you need to know that when you keep on blowing accounts, nobody will even believe in you. Nobody will even want to give you an account. So just because a lot of traders lost trade, it doesn't mean that there is something dramatically wrong with their setup. But whereas you need to see a seasoned trader will be confident in their plan and realize that it takes time for things to develop. It takes time for you to master that strategy. And trading psychology teaches you that it is about long-term growth. Trading is not a day job. It is not something that you should just think is of today. You need to think about your life. You need to think about the life of your family, your children, and so. It is not a quick instance gratification. Once a trader realizes it's okay to have a loss in the short term and win in the long time, just like me, because I am actually a profitable trader. Even if I don't have a dime right now, I have things that when I see them, I know that I can never remain poor. I can never be poor. So a trader that really want to be profitable, you just need to know that those losses that you are losing does not determine who you are. Does not really mean that you continue losing. But you need to know that there's something you are doing wrong that you need to work on that will give you that edge in this market. You are eating with the devil. You need to have a long spoon. So the short thing I will say, you need to accept that the market will do what the market will do. The market is random and it will repeat everything that it has done every time. It will repeat it even that loud until it tire your brain. You will think that your life is even useless. This market will mess you, will mesmerize you to the extent that even in fact, there are some times that I want to sleep with my wife. I will not be able to do that because it will not even stand, not because of anything, because I have, I have, I don't even know what to do. Not that I'm not making profit or not. It has entered into me that I don't even know sometimes what I'm even doing. So the only way to deal with the arbitrary move that the market might make against you is to disconnect all emotion ties, all emotional ties. If you can't change what is going to happen in the market, when you can, when you can't be upset by what the market does. So you just need to follow what the market is doing, make the little box that you can, keep it and save it, make sure you are withdrawing, and make sure that you are not just entering the market without doing the necessary research, doing the necessary understanding of the news of the market, understanding everything that you need to understand before jumping into market, because you know that you are dealing with the real money. You are dealing with the real money. You are not playing you're not doing demo. So you need to simply accept that the market will do anything at any time. It is not your father's company. It is just a market trading, and everybody is there trying to make money. So you just need to free yourself from every stress and tendency to cut profits short or stop out short because you are convinced that the market should take a specific action. Sometimes some people will say this market must do this as if it is their father's market. I enter this market with a very dangerous lot and pick whatever I want to pick and thank God for the day and go on my this thing and give out whatever I want to give out to people, bless the life I want to bless, because this market has taught me how to give. If people that are close to me will know that I don't even know. Sometimes I just want to give, not because I want to give, but because I assume that I've lost the money in forex trading. I've lost the money to the market. So I understand how to cut out the noise in this market, because the great thing about the internet is to provide us with unlimited resources and supplement. A lot of people go to the internet to talk and do a lot of things, whereas in the real sense they are not even making money. They are not making what they are even posting to you. Many of them don't even have live accounts, but If you are carried away by that, to be honest, you keep on chasing and chasing and chasing, changing strategy upon strategy, changing strategy upon strategy, and you'll never be profitable. So for you to remain profitable, you need to master that one thing that has been making you to lose. Any strategy that can make you lose, that strategy can make you win. It is not, there's nothing wrong with your strategy, but there is something wrong with you. The vast majority of this information that you will receive today from everybody has been talking are something that you need to work with, understand it, and stand by it, and see how your trading will change. Investing more time in your psychology, as I keep on saying, that is all I know. A lot of people that are paying for my mentorship that will come for this, I tell them nothing. I just talk to them. There is a guy called Peter. I just talk to him, nothing. And the next week he come back and telling me he's profitable. He's on this space. There's a guy, Messiah, that has been my very close friend right now. He's the one that I can talk to. The time that he has almost lost hope in forex trading, I didn't teach him anything. He has been a profitable trader, but along the way he lost some things. But as I talk to him, he began to win. Not because I tell him something different. You need someone that will talk to you. Even no matter how much you know in this world. I have a mentor also. I have someone I talk to. So you need someone that can talk to you, that will bring you back to the track, that will tell you can do it. Not because you don't believe you can do it, but you need someone to remind you that you can do it. So you need to know the amount of risk you can take. You need to know when to enter this market. So that is all you need to understand in order to remain profitable in this market. So for me, I am profitable not because I stay long in the market. I am profitable because I dangerously hit the market at the right time and take out what I can take out of it. I I have a very high risk appetite in this market. I can stay sometimes without trading, but anytime I hit the market, even the broker knows that someone hit the market. So most of the time, a lot of people do not understand that. What stopped you from trusting your trading was the fear that you could lose that money. You must be comfortable with taking the risk and letting the trade play out. I always let my trade play out and believe in whatever I see in the market and take whatever it gives to me, believing in my strategy, understanding that this strategy has been working for me, and believing that it will never fail me. So this is the major thing that I put into consideration before I enter any market. I have developed a clear plan for existing trade, and I have remained winning in every trade I take and losing in some trades, dangerously losing in some trades. But it doesn't change anything because I have capital to fall back due to the withdrawal that I always make. So, guys, if you really want to remain this, don't cry upon split over the split make. Make sure you come back and hit the market dangerously. The problem is you. As I mentioned earlier, the market doesn't always go in the way we all thought it would go. And I want you to know that anytime you trigger this market, profit will either flow or loss will follow. So you need to know that this market is for you. You can become a billionaire without you having a rich parent. You can become whatever you can be if you stick to this market. If you don't want to please anybody, you just want to please yourself, you want to be yourself, you want to understand it, learn, relearn, repeat it. Learn, relearn, repeat it. Pick the pips and let it count. Let it grow in your bank account and see it remain sleepless until you keep on doing the same thing and you see that the whole world will know you. Even those that you know they are your enemies will begin to become your friend by fire by force. I remember when I began to share money on Facebook, go to my Facebook and ask people that 2 years ago I shared 100 million. I first of all dish out 50 million to orphans and widows. Not because I want to give the money, I want to be sure that this money is real. I share and I now come to churches and mosques in Kebbi State where I come where I grow. Those people that knows me, the churches around, I send them money. In my village, I send money. I begin to do projects that is touching the life of people, doing boreholes out to places, villages that doesn't have bridges. I'm doing it all in the name of forest. I enter into the National Assembly and roar anyhow in the presence of these people that are stealing Nigerian money, showing them that I am spending forex money and I am dangerous. Not because not because I was born like that, because I don't have anything to fall back to than my life and the laptop, the connection that is internet, and it keeps me relevant in this market. XNESS knows anytime I enter market, I hit it hard. I don't care how it turned us to. And that is why you see people that believe in me, believe in what we do. We make a lot of profit. I can point a lot of people that you know on internet that you know. If you cannot point anybody that has been successful through you, then your success is not a success. I can point people that you know that have hundreds of thousands of followers that are my mentees. Some of you know them in this Nigeria that are doing very well in this market, that are even richer than me, that are doing better than me. I can point at least 20 persons that are doing very well, but I can point five that are dangerously making it in this market and they are hitting it hard. Not because they are doing something different, but because the psychology that I instill inside of them is following them and they are doing very well. So, guys, all you need to know is that you can't just be making money without having a working strategy. You can't just be making money without having something that you know will assure you that you'll be making this day. Anytime you lose, go back to it, check why you lose, go back to the trade, backtest it, backtrade all those trades that you have lost. Ask yourself a question that will keep you relevant in this market, that will keep you staying, because the most dangerous thing that will happen to a forex trader is not having a account to trade. So you just need to take every setup that fits your system when it crosses your path. No amount of over analysis will tell whether it is going to give you profit or not. No amount of charts understanding will tell whether the market is going to go your way. It is good to take anything that you see in this market that will lead you to profitability. But when you over scrutinize well-fitting setup, you create tension and anxiety that is not necessary to feel. Taking every opportunity that fits and allowed you to trade in harmony with the market and put your faith that God is going to help you to make profit. Because me, in everything I do, I just believe that it's God that's giving you victory. Because the Bible says that it is God that teaches you how to profit. It is He that teaches you how to profit. So it is God that teaches everyone how to profit. You can hit this market and become somebody in life. So believe in yourself. Don't allow anything to change you. Remain focused. Remain focused. I repeat, remain focused. Remain focused. Remain focused. Focus is the only thing that will make you stay long in this market. So I think I think I've answered you with my long English. I don't even know. I'm just talking, man. Today there's no market to make.
Thank you very much. Olo trade.
All right, my next question goes to Momo Forex. The first question is why did you choose Forex trading? Just give us your answers quickly. Why did you choose Forex trading, Momo Forex?
Okay, I
Sorry to
would
cut
have
Momo.
to just to make it
Sorry to cut Momo,
okay.
and
Good one.
sorry to interject. We hardly ever get myself and me to also get to hear my brother great man speak, and then he's literally giving out valuable information on how to maintain consistency. But I feel like there's one missing part that we kind of need to drill down to kind of make meaning out of the presentation in order to extract much or maximize the juice that we're trying to listen out of it. So my brother and then best friend great man, normally have everybody saying risk 5% of your capital, risk 2%, risk this. Do you literally go by the same trail?
If I go by that trade, my brother, I won't be here. Trayon is
Right.
here. Most of the time, if I take a trade, Trayon will be shaking.
Right. So that means that with you, risk management is basically your whole capital.
My brother, I enter like the way you enter swimming with all leg. Do you swim with one leg outside and now you enter with all your body because you trust the water?
Sometimes I sit by the pool and just wiggle my legs in the water.
Then that means you are not triggering. Anytime you trigger, you enter.
But
Anytime you trigger, you enter.
the water is warm, eventually I'll put my whole body inside.
To be honest, I dangerously. I can't tell you how much I risk, but my daddy Kojo knows how I risk. I risk, and out of my risk, most of the time, I win eight out of only two.
So
I
so
win eight
to you,
out of my
so to
trades.
you, so to you, will profitability of a trader depend on how deep they want to go all out, or basically trying to manage the little capital they have and then grow progressively?
Well, to me, you need to understand your temperament. Every training has fingerprints. What is my fingerprint is different from that of Kojo. So what is your temperament? What can you hold? I cannot have. I told my wife if I die and they say it's hypertension, she should tell them that it's not true. I can't die of hypertension. I can't even have BP. So another person will lose $10 and he will be crying for a week. Another person will lose 1,000 and everybody will know in the whole world. Another person will lose 1 million. So you need to understand your person first.
So will
You
you
need
say that over the years you've just been immune to the pain of losing money, which has built
well,
you to this way?
yes, because from the prison I've lost everything. I have nothing to lose anymore. So let me just put everything and make money to be known by the world, or lose everything and remain down and
So in
be
your school
average.
of thought, do you think this is the ideal way to break that barrier to becoming
No, 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 no. It's not, to be honest. Nobody
so,
can, everybody cannot be me. I am
so
different. If I really want to advise, I will advise person to go conservatively. That is the best way to go in trading, risking few percentage of your account, making consistent profits. You will stay very long in the market. I'm not trading to stay long in the market. I'm trading to make dangerous money that will keep me for the next 10 years, even if I don't even lose anything, or I don't trade. I have that money that will keep me going for at least next 10 years. That is how
so
I trade.
so which kind of people do you recommend to look up to, great man?
Dangerous risk takers, people that want to change their life or go home.
Okay, so we've seen most of your lot sizes. In fact, to tell you the truth, great man is pretty much
Right.
Greatman is pretty much the only trader that first, right? I first saw like put on multiple positions of 200 lot, 100 lots, right in front of me. I mean, we've seen most of those funny stuffs on social media, but I'm speaking about seeing the person sitting next to me, having access to the trading account, and just flipping to the other side and seeing that, okay, this is a real account, right? Now, what kind of motivates you in thinking that it's easy for you to throw that type of lot size on, let's say, a $50,000 account, great man?
Okay, sir. The thing is that I have built a strategy that if it shows me that direction, if any market that goes against me, I always tell Trayon, against me 20 pips, then that market is going to blow me off. So market hardly goes against me 20 to 30 pips, and you people know how goals move. So goals move dangerously. So I used to hold when a snake is going to bite you, when you hold it at the neck, it can't bite you anymore. That even if it's going to go against me, I don't just enter market anyway, anyhow. But anytime I tell you I enter this market, know that I'm coming out of profit. So because of that, I've calculated that if I have $50,000 and I want to trade it, for example, I can place, even with 50,000, I can place like 20 lots into 5 places, whereby I know even 50 lots cannot take me out. So I am sure that that market should, I am not sure, but I believe that that market should give me at least 20. What I'm looking for is not 50,000. I'm looking for 20,000. Once I make this 20,000, which means I'm having 70,000, the next trade that I'm going to trade, I am risking 40,000. So
So,
if I risk this
so
40,000
so
and
should
win,
we just say that? Should we just say that you are more like what would I say? I'm finding the sweetest word to use, other than using a gambler.
I'm dangerous than a gambler, because a gambler knows how much he's putting. I am not gambling. Because a gambler doesn't even know whether this one will win or not. I put all my legs in the trade that I'm sure it will win. If you look at my trade, Kojo, you have seen my trades. You hardly will see red. You hardly will see red
But
with
when
my
red comes,
record.
that means that
As in,
we're
as
probably
in,
like
as in negative, you hardly will see my result. Like if I show you my history consistently, you hardly will see where I lost a trade. You hardly
but
will see. Not that I don't lose, but where I lost is actually that the account is gone.
right.
But you hardly will see where I lost a trade. I can take 100 trades and you see only one loss.
Do you have any instance where you, and this one would need like a genuine answer, panic when you're putting on that type of lot size?
Very, very well. Very well. Very well. There was a time,
So you
there was,
think that so you think that genuinely, regardless of anybody willing to have a capital they want to lose, which is the type of state of mind that you easily have managed to like sustain, you think that it, it shouldn't be normal for any trader to kind of be putting on 100 200 lots like that, true of us?
it shouldn't be normal, to be honest.
Why?
Yeah, because it's not everybody that can do that. Not everybody that can be just putting that kind of thing. It's crazy. Where are you running to? Where are you going to? You're not going anywhere. So why not you take it one after the other?
No, but if great man has done it, what stops anybody else from doing it?
As I told you, is now, for example, now, even people that are listening to me, if they tell you tomorrow that if some if they, it's not everybody that they will tell that police is coming to your house tomorrow because of the money, because a lot of people that are listening to me are owing one way or the other. If they tell somebody that tomorrow we are coming to your house with police, a lot of people will not sleep in that house. But great man will wait and even tell you, just don't worry, show me the address, I'll come and meet you. So that is what makes us different. I don't even sleep and think about any loss. Once I lost, I'm looking for another opportunity to make my money back. And I have done that again and again. There was a time, Kojo, I show you an account where I lost how much? I show you the loss, if you remember. Almost, I think $600,000. And the next time I show you the same account where I recover everything. So if you really want to stay long in this market, this approach that I'm doing is not good for you. Stay alive. Trading kills. Stay alive. Trade to stay alive and make good money. But there is a level you will reach, just as I said earlier, that you have nothing to fear. This market, the way it's moving is like a DNA in me. Anywhere the gold move, because I've mastered only one pair. I don't. You can never see me going to one currency to the other currency, doing another thing to another thing. I face only gold, so I try to understand how it moves. So anytime goals go against me, I just sit down and laugh because I know it is going to pay me back because I have mastered it the way I master eating food.
No further question for you, sir.
Okay, I
Okay, sir.
see. I see what coach did. I'm going to come back and I'm going to have my own round of questioning in this line. We see what you did, but we are coming back, coach. We are coming back.
I
So,
think
anyways,
I think
anyways,
I think we should hit Kojo too with some questions that will shake his leg.
no, not yet. Let's hear Momo and Amrisali. Then we'll come back to this. So once we just
All
listen
right
to
then.
Momo answer it, then Amrisali, then we're going to come back to Kojo and this line of questioning. All right. So over to
Yeah.
you, love trades. And you guys get ensure you're following all the speakers. You're going to learn a lot. Ensure you're following all the speakers. This space is probably sponsored by EXNESS. We still have the country director with us. He has been listening. Ensure you're following the country director of EXNESS. Also, ensure you're following Edward, the founder and CEO of Goat Funded Trader, also one of the sponsors. Goat Funded Trader will be giving away $50,000 account to two persons on this space. The giveaway is posted on the Jobotron. All you have to do is click on it, do the tags, tag me as the best influencer and the best affiliate for Goat Funded. Of course, that should be me. But anyways, over to you, Love Trade.
All right, Momo, please. Quickly. The question is, why did you choose forex? If I remember correctly, why did you choose forex trading?
Yeah. So to like keep it short, I chose Forex because I have a dream. I have like a goal I want to accomplish in life. That goal requires a lot of money with how the world is. So I chose Forex because it's the most scalable thing I know. It's the absolutely most scalable thing. And I don't have to answer to anyone or necessarily have to directly work with anyone as well. I can have everything fully under my control, basically. I make my decisions, I control my risk, I control, everything basically. and I don't have to be stuck and caged on a specific amount of money I can make, you know? But the first time, like, I really chose Forex, like, for certain out of anything, was in my last year of graduation. You know, like in university, normally you have like a big final project that you do with a few people, with some lab mates and all that. So I had a really rough time with one of my lab mates, two of them, but mainly one of them, and he was the team head as well. So I was almost not going to graduate because of just some guy who just I had a rough time with. Literally, I was almost not going to graduate. So when that was going on, I really sat down and thought about it. I was like, you know, if I live my life like this, I'll always be involved with people in such an intimate way that anything can happen. You know, I'm always at risk of someone's stupidity or something like that. So, and by then I was already profitable in Forex, but I was never planning to be a full-time trader at that time. It never even crossed my mind. Always, it was like, you know, Forex is this side thing, you get money step by step. Later on, you can branch out to other things and all of that. But at that point, I made a decision. I was like, okay, there's no way I'm even entertaining a life that could possibly be in that type of way. So, um, that and what I mentioned earlier is why I chose Forex.
Very much. Thank you very, very much, Momo FX, Momo Forex. I'm Risali. I'm Risali. This question goes to you. I think the last question will be asking the speakers, what did you learn from your years of trading? This question goes to Risali. What did you learn in your years of trading?
Uh, Actually, what I have learned from my years of trading, which it is actually now 4 years of trading, is not more about just the market, but even about the life. Now, when I'm looking for any
I'm sorry, a
opportunity,
lot of trade. Is anyone speaking? I can't hear anybody.
Yes, yes. Risali is speaking right now.
did you hear me?
Yes, very well. Risali. Please go on.
Okay. What I have learned on my 4 years of trading, it is not just about trading, but about life in general. Actually, currently, when entering into any field or any area of life, I always think in trading perspective. I always think like, what is the risk to reward of doing this thing? What is the risk involved in doing this thing? What's
A lot of
very
trade. Can you still hear
important?
me?
Yes. From my side, I hear you very clear.
Yes, I can hear you. Just hold on. Once he is done speaking, I will let you know that he's done speaking. I think it's your network. Just chill. Risali, please go on.
Okay, fine. Let me start. I say on my 4 years of trading, I have learned a lot of things. And not in these things are not just in trading. These things are in all aspects of life. Nowadays, when I'm doing anything or planning to do anything or to enter into any kind of a project, I always think in trading perspective. I always think like, what is the risk to reward ratio of doing these things? What is the risk involved in doing these things? And what does it take for me to become successful on this project? As when I was studying forex back in 2019, I was doing the same thing. I was thinking like, what does it take for me to become a successful trader? I was thinking like, they say only 1% of traders can make money consistently. So what can take for me to be that 1%? And nowadays is what I do the same in all areas of life. And that is all what I can say. But also, I wanted to speak a little bit about the issue of risk management, as I heard my fellow speaker Gritman saying about risking entire account and all these things, or taking a very huge risk. For my side, it is fine, and uh, there is very common phrase saying there is no any leaf which is alike in the forest. So each and everyone can have its own approach on the market, its own approach on the risk management, and still make money. But for my side, I see it is not a sustainable way. It is not a way that a person can perform in the long term. Actually, there is a lot of things about risk management, but let me just highlight just very few things to help all people here in the space, especially those who are learning or are into the learning phase. First thing is risk management. It is not all about the lot size you're going to use. Risk management is not all about the lot size you're going to use, but risk management, it is all about managing on what you're going to lose. A person can say like, I'm going to risk an entire account and have a very strict risk management. Let's take an example. I have 200 accounts and all accounts are funded with $1,000. I can say I'm going to risk an entire account per trade, but I have my risk management in place simply because I have already calculated what I'm going to lose. Having a poor risk management is not about uh, risking an entire account, but it is about not knowing what you are going to risk and not becoming comfortable with what you are going to lose. That is all. And when we go deep into risk management, I say it is not about lot size simply because I can have 5 pips stop loss on GBP USD and use 10 lots, and a person can have 200 pips cielo and use maybe 2 lots or 3 lots, and he can lose a lot of money even compared to me. So it is not about the lot size, but also as a beginner or a person who is in the learning phase, very important things to consider about risk management are these few things. First, you should ask yourself on uh, what is my accuracy? What is my winning rate? If you know your winning rate, you will set a proper risk management plan. And when it comes to winning rate, I can ask myself, like, in a series of 100 trades, how many trades I can lose? Or in a series of 200 trades, how many trades I can lose and how many trades I can win? From there, I can project my risk simply because the first goal into trading is to protect my capital. So I look on my winning rate so that I can know how many trades I can lose, and it's at the end of the day I will not blow my account. At the end of the day, I will not going into deep losses and deep drawdowns. So that is the first question. And another question is how many trades I can take and lose, and but at the end of the day, I can make a comeback with only one trade. Here I mean, or I talk about risk to reward ratio. I can lose how many trades and still come back with just one trade and being profitable. For our side, we take a minimum risk to reward ratio of 1:10 example. So in 1:10, I can know that I can take 3 trades, 4 trades, and becoming the losing trade. But when I get only only one trade with 1:10, or 1:7, 1:12, I can recover all those losses and becoming into a very deep profit and attaining a certain amount of profits, which if I keep the risky constant and risking the same amount of money into the coming trades, I can remain profitable for a long term. So these are two very important things. Let me summarize them again. The first one is how many trades I can lose and is still not going into a very deep drawdowns or losing my entire account. And the second thing, which is the very important thing, is after winning only one trade, I can lose how many trades and still being profitable. Or after winning just one trade, I can risk how many trades and is still being on a good side of the market. But another thing is you can do all this very simple by using just risky calculator. Risk calculator may be my FX book, or there is a lot of platform which offer this service. I see Kojo is raising the hand. You can ask a question if you have before I proceed.
Yeah. So basically, I want to ask, how long have you been trading anyway?
It is actually 4 years, a very
So,
fresh and good 4 years.
what was more like your initial year's capital?
When I say about my initial capital, it was very small amount of money. I have deposited these $10, $20 in the below several times.
Right. So
But I know what question you are going to ask next. It
which is
is how can you grow the capital and you are risking maybe in that way, right?
right.
Yes, and it is in this way. Actually, from the time I was starting trading, it was completely different from now. Nowadays, we have these prop firms in place and many more things. But at that time, it was really different. Very small popularity about prop firm. And from my side, I used a very completely strategy to grow my capital, and it was this simple. After attaining profitability and consistently and growing that my main account to a certain price level, not too huge amounts, just a normal one, but for that time it was
But
very good amount.
for the
Yes.
purpose of this space, it would be much appreciated if like some clarity is given to the value.
Sorry again, can you repeat?
For the purpose of this space and clarity, it would have been much appreciated if emphasis given to the value, that maybe the value was $300 and then it was able to grow to 1,000 and so on, like some true perspective like that.
Okay. I will take by an example simply because if you are following on my page or anywhere, I'm not that kind of person. I can say maybe I have made 10,000, I have made 2,000, I have made this amount of money. I'm not that type of person. Just my personality, and it is not the way I brand my things. But I'll just give us an example, and it
No,
is
no,
in this way. Let's take an example.
not really
You have
Sorry, I think got my question right. I'm
yes.
not talking about posting results and stuff. I'm talking from the epitome of your trading journey, so that we kind of have like a true scenario where somebody can feel like they can emulate. And then I kind of want it to be much more clearer than the generic one that we all put out there, that risk reward 1:10, stuff like that. Trying to like hit the hammer on the nail, that like at that very early age of 4 years ago, when you had all your initial entry into the game, and then you had your um initial, which you said the $10 to $100. How did you maneuver from there to now being called LC that we know?
Okay, it is fine. Let me put this in very simple way so that everyone can understand and can take the same thing to his or her own trading career. It is this simple. The time was starting, I was just focusing much on making the small risk and with huge return. So from the time I started depositing $10, $20, $30, it was the time I was focusing maybe taking a trade which I can risk $4, $5, and make a return of $100, $200 because I was doing more swing trades. And I have posted even some of the swing trades here on my page. Even the post I have pinned, you will see some of these kind of trades, just 0.02 lots, bringing a return of $100, $200. That is how I got my first capital in place. And then
So
after,
so
yes,
in that whole scope of a journey, where is that central turning point that made a difference in your life?
sorry, pardon.
Where is that key moment that made a difference in your trading life and journey?
Making a difference in my trading life in general, it is not like you wake up in day one and make. I have made a complete difference in life. It was a gradual progress, not just a single day change. So it was a
Where,
gradual progress from
so,
making maybe a return of $50 per trade, going to make a return of $200 per trade, a return on $300 per trade, and later on shifting the plan and doing other things. It
so
was
there was
not like
so there
it
was
was.
no one moment of a snowball effect that you can say that maybe, for instance, this particular moment, maybe I was fortunate, or maybe based on my skill set, $1,000 account was eventually grown to, let's say, 5,000, and that gave me the strong feet to just like run off from there on.
No, it was not in that way. It was not in that way.
Mm,
Yes, it was not in that way. Simply because I was having a plan. Let me explain first.
okay.
Okay, so at first I was focusing much on risk to reward ratio. As I said, if you can see on my pin post, I was taking a trades 0.02 lots, and I can make a return of $100, $200. And at that time, I was believing that I must have other businesses so that I can be with very calm mind. I can focus on my trading. So sometimes even this small profit I was making, I was also investing in other businesses. but at the time it reached a certain price, it reached on certain uh, time, I decided just to do a risky trading. And my risky trading was somehow different compared to how most of the traders take their risk and expose themselves to risk currently. It was like I can take $1,000 and I can divide it into 10 accounts. And after dividing into 10 accounts, I can start risking accounts per trade. And the reason why I decided to divide accounts and take a risk per trade in an account is simply because when you put all money into the same basket, it is where it becomes very simple for you to be triggered by greed and a desire to make more money, to revenge trades on all these things. But
But but
also,
but on this
the
point,
most
but on this point made, then your early years was nothing different from what Greatman said as well.
how Gritman said what? Can you remind me, please?
He said that he's going to put on 50,000 and then he's losing it all. And then when it's gone, he's going to another 50,000.
Okay. Okay. What I was doing is I was having my main accounts, which on those main accounts I can treat them with very proper risk management. But these other capitals which I'm going to lose into the market, it was like a money which maybe I was supposed to take for withdrawal, but I just say, let me return it to the market. Now I'm not needing a withdrawal, rather I need a growth. So it was not in that mode like if I'm going to lose everything, it is fine. If I'm going to make it, it is fine. It was not like losing everything. It was like I have already calculated that I have this $1,000 and I have already looked on my risk to reward ratio and my winning rate and everything. I know in series of 10 trades, I can lose how many trades if I have a losing streak, and in a series of 10 trades, I can win how many trades if I'm in a winning streak. But at the same time, I look on if we are in just a normal market condition, in the normal performance, I can lose how many trades and make how many trades. So that was all. It was not like if I'm going to lose everything, it is fine. If I'm not going to lose everything, it is fine. And that is not something which I recommend.
Oh, brother, thank you. Thank you. I mean, I just wanted to be more curious on it.
Okay, thank you so much for your questions, brother. Thank you so much. I'm very sure a lot of people have got something from these questions. And that is all what I can say for my side about risk management and all these things. Just an addition, it's not an advertisement, but I have written some of the article about risk management and about planning trades and all these things about moving from your lows from the humble beginning to find these highs from my own perspective and how I tackled all these conditions. And these articles are available into our application, which we call it Intelligence FX app. So you can download it and you can check on those articles for free. Thank you so much.
Anyone there?
Yeah, I can hear you. So, thank you, Risali. Thank you, Risali. I was able to listen to you. I had to connect with my other account so that I wouldn't miss out on the valuable information you had said. And yeah, so I've added in some other speakers, and the reason is want to start the line of questioning Kojo had started earlier on, and so I think the first thing I want to ask the EXNESS country director so that we understand, right, how logical this is. All right. So Mr. Luatosin, I don't know if you can give us a reply, but I want to ask, when people are trading big lot size, such as 100 lots, 200 lots, and 300 lots like that, how feasible is it for most brokerage company to actually pay out the amount? So imagine a particular trader is always trading that amount and they're making 500, 400,000. literally every week. How feasible is it for the brokerage companies? I'm not saying XNET because XNET is way bigger than that. Like, how feasible in general is it for brokerage services to pay out that kind of amount to a particular trader constantly every single week?
Yeah, thanks, Trehan. It's glad to be here. I've learned a lot myself. I'm impressed by all the speakers and all that I've heard. I didn't really get the first question. Well, I'm not too sure, but I got what you just mentioned just now about brokers struggling to pay. And yeah, I know so many brokers struggle to pay even the 100K, 200, even much lower than that. It's mostly because a lot of brokers, brokers are set up differently, and a lot of brokers, they actually would maybe look forward to capturing deposits of clients, having when a client makes too much in terms of profit, then it's a struggle paying, and then all kinds of excuses and stories and all that. But yeah, like you said, we have the same procedure for withdrawals, no matter the amount. It could be $10, it could be $100,000, $1,000,000. It goes out the same way. It's processed the same way. Nothing, no issues or stress. So we have different operations. And I would say for any trader that trades and is interested in smooth and seamless transactions, we are far better. And then one thing I think also that affects some other brokers, some may not probably intend to play games, but maybe the system, maybe their technology, or their how they are set up, it may not really, they may not have enough in terms of technology to handle 24 hours, 7 days a week, and maybe all through. Like we're on Saturday now. For those of us in Nigeria, it's about 11:30 thereabout, and you could place a withdrawal at this time, and it goes through in 1 minute. For some guys, you may need to wait for Monday when someone is in the office or someone is not sleeping and needs to approve this and approve that. We are automated, most of the time. So I'd say that's the bit I got from the second question. If there's, I guess you said something earlier which I must have missed. There's
Okay,
something.
okay. Let me just say it again, right? I wasn't even talking about XNES because XNES is way bigger than this. So I was asking, how feasible is it for most brokers to pay out thousands of dollars to a particular trader pulling out $500,000 weekly?
Okay. If it's other brokers, then it may be quite difficult. But 500,000 weekly, I think we have traders that do sometimes 1.5 million a day withdrawals, and I'm talking profit now. So yeah, for other brokers, I've experienced a lot of the opposite, those kind of things you just mentioned, where a broker struggles to pay even 100,000. Sometimes, I have a particular case where it's had to be paid twice. One of those experiences with other brokers. I'm not just overseeing XNES. I've also traded for a while. So I think about 15 years ago, I started trading or started knowing about the market, what forex is, and all of that. So over the years, I've seen quite a number of things. And when I got into the broker side and I saw what happens with brokers, then I understood sometimes why some traders also struggle sometimes to get ahead, because it's dangerous when you not just are contending with the market, but when you unknowingly are contending with the broker, it becomes almost impossible to get ahead. So we stand way ahead of the pack. So I think that's what I would say. I wouldn't probably want to go into what some other guys will struggle with, but I would say what we have overcome in EXNESS and what we do. I think that's more about it for me. So thanks a lot, Treyon. I think I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So guys, we have a new co-host on space, and that's the person of Dake. And right now we're about to get into the hot part of the questioning. So before I will give Kojo the mic to do some questioning, I want Dake to give a quick summary, then a line of question, then we can all continue from where it is. Also we have other speakers who have joined. Uncommon, Kindamola, and then Andre, and we're going to be interacting a whole lot more. So I'm going to also send invites to other speakers who also join into this discussion. So over to you, Dick.
Hey, thank you so much for having me, and amazing conversation so far. And to every speaker here on the space, thank you for gracing this platform and for sharing from your wealth of knowledge. Now, I just have a couple of questions before we round up the space here tonight. Like I said, beautiful conversations we've had so far, and I've learned a lot. Now, I want to direct my first question here today to Kojo Forex, because I feel like he has been asking the most question on the space. So we should sort of ask him some few. Now, the thing is, I believe on this page right now, we have over 2,000 plus people listening, and
But
the
but
most vital, the most vital
you guys
question.
you guys already let some of the people that I wanted to answer some of these questions with left. So I'm not inspired to answer the questions, though. But I try my best. I'm telling you my honest truth.
Kojo,
Yeah,
Kojo,
I understand. I
they have
understand. I understand you.
understand.
I totally do. The thing is, right, because I believe we have lots of beginners on this space, and there are certain questions that they want to hear from the mentors. And I understand you, Kojo. I think we'll do better on our subsequent space, and I'm certain Joe as well would guide the questions moving on. But then I just want to ask you something real quick before you probably leave the space. Now, we understand as traders, right? There are certain things or certain aspects of trading that prevents us from being profitable. Now, what aspect of your trading was the most difficult for you to gain mastery?
I think it was patience of holding the trade materialize. Look, I think that was more like the turning point that did the game for me. You can hear preaching about risk 2%, risk 5%, risk this. You can comfortably risk that, but if you have not really mastered yourself and mastered patience, you would never watch that trade materialize. It's not as if you're afraid of that money that you have literally psyched yourself to lose. You can have a 20,000, comfortably say that I want to lose $500 out of 20. It's not going to hurt you, but trust me, you will still not watch that 20, that $500 hit stop loss, or more like what the trade hit 100 pips when it start going into, let's say, 50 pip and start retracing in and putting your profit that you saw probably are floating around, let's say, $1,000 suddenly reduces to $200. So it's like that's thing that had me really stuck in a long time, and they had to like master my own self and like logic, right? And I had to start applying everyday like sense to myself, not the traditional patient go and what's the name, meditate, and some of the very funny excuses that people would give. I kind of realized that there wasn't any more like a roadmap to identifying patients. So I'll question myself most of the time that, like, if I'm not able to hold a trade to materialize, first thing I ask myself, why was I not able to do that? Then I kind of realized that over the years with experience, and then more like questioning my own self and being honest with myself, also being honest with myself, very important, that I mostly checking out of a position because what's the name, my need for money was more than my willingness to even gain money. What I mean is, like, let's say I'm trying to make $1,000 when they trade hit full TP, but I really know that $100 could freaking go a long way to me. And then the trade has hit, let's say, $400 profit, and then suddenly reverse into 300, and then suddenly 200, and then 100. I'd close that $100 because I need that money now. I don't have that patience to feel calm to wait for a 200. So I realized that having found that truth, then it was okay for me to collect that 100, 200, 100, 300, being patient, maneuver through the market until I feel like I've got to that middle ground where certain key things in my life can be able to be taken care of without knocking on somebody else's door, and then psych myself to reach the point where I can feel like, look, you don't really need this money now, right? And when I was able to really tell myself that you don't really need this money now, right? Freaking convince myself, very difficult to do, that I have a trade on. I see the market going sideways, up and down, but I'm literally sitting there stuck telling myself that you don't need the money. Wherever you go, you don't freaking need it. Let it do whatever it is. And once you're able to overcome that one, two, three, four times, then you have freaking mastered the art of patience, and you can watch a trade go 2,000 pips without budging.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing. I think the key word there is patience. And I love the way you actually gave us how to deal with the idea of impatience when you're trading. Now, I'm diving the conversation further to Momo Forex. We've had conversations previously on our last call, but then right now, I actually want to build much on what Kojo just said, which is the area where he had the most difficulty in terms of gaining mastery, which was impatience. Now, in your own words, what key areas would you advise traders to focus more on?
Sorry, can you repeat that question one more time, please?
Okay, so the thing is, we have beginner traders on this call, right? And I just want you to let us know what key areas would you advise traders to focus more on, because we've seen traders who they ask questions like, should I focus on fundamentals, should I focus on technicals, should I focus on my psychology? So what key areas would you advise traders to focus more on?
Focus on psychology and this and that and that, but to be honest, at the end of the day, if you focus on all these things and you don't have a working strategy, it's absolutely useless. It's absolutely useless. So I would say, first and foremost, above everything, the number one thing you should focus on is making sure your journal proves to you that you can trade. Your journal proves that you can trade so that you can replicate those results. Once you have that, obviously you obviously need the psychology and all of that. But this is the foundation of trading, having a working strategy. With everything else, if you don't have something that you can consistently have some sort of reliance on, that it will give you profits over a span of 12 months, you'll be profitable, most of those months, then you really don't have anything. So I would say, the all the other advices you hear all the time, the psychology and this and that, but focus on your journal and make sure you have like a really good strategy working for you. You have enough data, you have all the entries, exits, you know exactly what to look for, to enter, to exit, you know what to do to manage the trade. If this happens, because you have so much data right in front of you. Once you have that, you kill it, man.
Thank you. So Akin, you can go ahead and ask your question.
Okay. Thanks for having me here, guys. And I'm glad to actually be on the same space with people I actually look up to. So let me get straight to it. My question goes to Kojo Forex and partially also goes to Momo Forex because start those two people are actually very, very important to me. So now the fact that most people in this space are beginners, and I feel like one of the problem they face is, apart from the strategies and whatever, one of the problem they actually encounter is knowing the pair to trade and knowing how many pair they should trade. So starting from Kojo Forex, my question goes by: is it that because since I've actually get to know him, he called himself a GBP legend. So I've never experienced try to like check him backward and see if he had tried other pairs. So my question goes by: why did they decide to go for GBP USD? Because I'm sure he would have tried other pairs. So is it that it was a calling from God, or I'm sure there will have actually been a personal reason why he chose just GBP USD?
Right.
And if sorry sir, so if Grace Mantle is here, I will also ask why he decided to choose gold. And Momo Forex too, he doesn't trade just one pair. So now the question is going to be very, very mixed up now. Kojo Forex trade only one pair.
No,
Great man also
I
trade just one pair.
actually don't
Momo,
trade.
okay, GBP USD, like GBP pairs. That's
Uh,
it. Yeah,
no,
GBP pairs.
when you finish, then maybe I'll just address it wholly. So let me not just cut you. Let me just not cut you in.
Okay, so you trade, like, to me, to my understanding about you, like you trade GBP pairs. Like, you've been calling yourself GBP legend, GBP this. Grace man only trade gold. So I felt like there will be a reason why you guys choose these pairs. And Momo trade a lot of pairs, even exotic pairs or popular pairs. So I would love to throw the question to three of you guys to explain why you choose to trade those certain pairs and why you think it's going to benefit the beginners to actually kind of follow the same path with you. Thank you.
Okay. So if I'm given the opportunity to answer that first, I more like have been that trader that wants to almost have a piece of all of the experiences. For some people, they get into trading. One mentor tells them, you only need to trade only one pair, and then that's their truth. They run away with it. They don't even try to explore any other thing. It wasn't really much of my experience. With me, there's a moment I'll hear successful people that I used to look up to would say, "Oh, trade one pair." So I'd give myself like that ample time to say, "Okay, I want to give this pair a focus to just understand the whole movement and practice action of it." And then I want to ask myself that what is the personal experiences that I want to gain for myself. The point where I kind of really mastered or more like gave intense focus on trading one pair was in 2017, and then it pertained to the pound USD, and it came from a pain point. It didn't come because that was a point where I felt like it was going to be a life changing, turning around decision to make. I just lost money, and then the pair that I lost much of the money on was the GBP USD, and then like I'm going to make my money from more like a revenge perspective from GBP USD. So then I wouldn't also want to approach that blindly and then using just emotions. I'd rather study it day and night, morning and evening, and then see. And it was very interesting journey to see how I was able to like really do extremely well. And then I'd also want to add on that most of those times market volatility and price movement were not as the same as we have it here. You could almost always have like market really swinging in one direction and going up and down, and then like also pertaining to the strategy and concept I was using to trade, really being able to have that frequency of trades happening more often than not. But over the years, you're gonna realize that uh, as much market conditions change, you felt like you would feel like okay, you're sticking to like one pair, you're watching one, and then like the whole week nothing is really happening to it. But you go and watch other currency pairs, and then everything is just like all over the place and wild swings, and you think, did I just miss out because I was extremely focusing on one thing? So I kind of like started putting out my thought process, and especially the very moment when I transitioned from scalping day trading to swing trading. Much of the era where I was focused on the pound USD was when I was day trading. So it was always easy for me to just look at the 5 minute, 15 minutes and find intraday movement. But when you start looking at the 4 hour time frames, then you kind of realize that it's gonna almost do you a bad it's almost going to be unfavorable for you to think that you can be able to like just be stuck on one currency pair and then master it all throughout. As far as you start looking at a time frame of that type of a magnitude and perspective, you have huge room to look at almost everything. Currently I trade about 25 currency pairs. I trade pound, I trade the euro, and I kind of group them in a more succinct way that kind of makes my maneuvering through them extremely easy. I trade Antipodian, the New Zealand or Australian dollar, and I trade the USD crosses as well. So All the time, what I do is, because my entries are mostly in the 4 hour and then more like spaced out, I'm able to like have ample time to find not about 10 setups happening in a day, five setups happening in a single moment. You occasionally find about two happening in a moment, or one, and then I can like just take that position, leave it out, watch subsequent ones play out. So I built that, and then also open myself up to the number of pairs to choose according to the strategy. So you have to look deep into how your strategy favors that. And truth be told, it wasn't also like so smooth and easy the way I'm putting it, because now you need to build that routine of making sure you're sticking to the time, and then focus on making sure that any markup that you have done on the currency pair, you are coming back to watch how it's evolving without missing track of the number of pairs you're monitoring. Because if you have 25 pairs on your, or 25 currency pairs on your watch list, and then you have, let's say, five of them coming into your point of interest and then playing out in a way that you perceive to have a position, and then while you're keeping your eyes on those five, you have other 20 pairs to also realize that they may possibly be also coming into another point of interest. So it takes a lot of effort and then the mind boggling activity to genuinely know that you have to continuously like keep coming back and skimming through those pairs from time to time routinely, and be up to date with it. And then once you're able to do that for a long time, 6 months, 1 year, it kind of becomes like a gameplay. You can just open your laptop, start clicking, 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 clicking. Your mind's frame is just so used to the picture you always see, and then it will be very easy for you to maneuver your way. So yeah, over the years, I've evolved from just being that trader that trades one pair, and then like focusing on the pound, and then to like being able to maneuver myself all through. But I also believe that I miss the fact that I can be able to like say I trade over 25 pairs and stuff like that. Truth be told, and truth is only one, much of my mastery and edge comes in trading the pound pairs per se. So yes, I said that I kind of put mastery to the pound USD, but it was also extremely easy for me to rub off the knowledge that I gained on pound USD to the other pound crosses. So then I said, why not just say I'm a GBP legend and just focus on GBP USD? When the same thing I apply on GBP USD, I can literally apply on the rest of the pound pairs. So then it was easy for me to trade pound Japanese and pound Swiss franc, pound card, and then euro pound. And the only pair that I removed out of it was pound New Zealand and then pound Aussie dollar, because I kind of find that statistically and then based on my back testing, they kind of related more with euro New Zealand and euro dollar than the rest of the pound crosses. So I kind of took them off and then focused on the pound. So I miss the fact that I'll trade everything when it comes to even apportioning of risk. When I see a Aussie dollar playing out in a certain setup, I can just put my normal, position size and not really care about how much money it may yield. But if I truly want to like, scale up a capital, then you can best bet that when I find a position in a pound where I know that this is where my edge is, this is where my stronghold is, then I want to like, put extra more effort on that one than I would put on a position like gold or oil or BTC that I know that I casually like, have such a strong edge on.
Thank you. I think the second part of that question was directed to Momo Forex. So I think you can unmute your mic.
Sorry, let's try and make it a bit faster, yeah. So after Momo gives his reply, then Greatman is also going to like give his reply, and then we'll move ahead from there. We're trying to like round up the space as fast as possible. So over to you, Momo.
Yeah, I'll keep it short, but I don't remember the question. If you don't mind, just repeating it, please.
Damola, your question again.
Yeah, the question goes by why do you trade a lot of pay, and how are you able to like manage your emotions when it comes to trading exotics, normal random currency pairs and all? And lastly, my question goes like this. I've people that have noticed you, like people preach about risk to reward, right? But I noticed something that has never changed about you, which is your trading style. You always have like three different positions on your trade, which is one of one-to-one risk to reward. That same trade would have another 1 to 2 weeks to reward. That same trade will also have 1 to 3 weeks to reward. So I want you to like explain how you balance how you place those trades and how you are able to come up with that kind of approach of having different positions for just one trade. So thank you.
Thank you for that question. So I'll start by answering why I trade a lot of pairs. So firstly, like this comes from just how I think in general, which like I've had years and years ago. When I look at complex things and difficult things, I always assume that most people are doing it wrong. You know, like if I look at anything like, you know, university, you know, I'm looking at a specific degree, I'm looking at all the people in that specific field, I'll assume that, you know, less than 5% are like top tier. They study their stuff, they know their craft, they just light years above everyone else. And I've seen that in every single industry or thing that has any sort of complexity at all, always. So in terms of trading and everything else in life, I take it the same way as well. I always go away from whatever people are doing. You know, I one second. Yeah. So if I look at generally how people are with specific things, especially complex things, I think most people will be doing it wrong. So I'll do whatever most people are not doing. When I jump into trading, you find out that everyone is saying the same thing. Everyone is saying you have to trade one pair, you have to trade 1 to 3 pairs max, all of this nonsense. So I heard that, I'm like, okay, cool. This is great advice, honestly. You know, because it's very difficult to manage a lot of different pairs and a lot of different things, and so it's really great advice. I would advise anyone to trade a small section of peers. But for me, I want to be in the elite class of anything I do, to be honest. So I will always choose what most people are the opposite of what most people are doing. Most people are thinking this is the way and this is easy for them. Like, cool, I want to do the difficult thing. I want to do what most people are not doing. So that's what initially got me started into trading multiple pairs. And you trade multiple pairs, you start learning about things like unconsciously. You start learning about things fundamentally, unconsciously. You start learning about currencies that correlate, pairs that correlate, and you can get deeper into the research and the fundamentals and all of this. So overall, I would be very bored just trading one pair. Me personally, to be honest, I need a challenge consistently. I need it to be dense. I need it to be hard. I need it to be grueling because that's the only way I can, you know, keep going forward. So yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. So great man. I don't know if you want to respond to this.
Okay. Um.
Sorry, it's still yet to answer the second one, which is why
Yeah,
you
I
use
didn't.
1-to-1 risk to reward, three positions on just one trade and have different TPs for it. I guess that's one of my important questions I need to ask him.
Yeah, so why I have multiple positions is so I can be variable. I can adapt and react to different market conditions. For example, I'll have multiple positions open in case I want to change where my take profit goes because of this, and that. You know, I want to maybe have this take profit here. In case this happens on the charts, I want to move my stops to break even, or the stops halfway to the stop loss, and have another position open as well. Um, I mean, if you're mainly swing trading, this is like very common. I see like most swing traders trading large capital. You mainly want to have multiple positions because you want to target different areas, and you want to have multiple positions as well because you don't want to just have one big position that you have to monitor. Price gets here, you close a portion, and then you do this and that. Instead of that, you can just have multiple positions that you can have a take profit here, here, and here, and you have a stop here. And depending on what price does, you have all the room to adapt and maneuver. And also just like how my strategies work, you kind of need to have like at least two positions. You know, if you restrict yourself to one, you won't really be doing it justice.
Okay, thank you very much. So once Mr. Great to ask the question, answer the question rather. Mr. Great, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Okay. Um. Basically, I like to trade. I chose to be trading one pair, that is gold, because of its volatility. Because I discovered that somebody introduced me to gold about I think 9 years ago, and since I discovered that it crashes people out, so I want to study and understand how it moves, because a lot of people do not understand that you need to know the market, you need to know the peer very well before you can be able to make profit. You can't just jump into a peer. And I'm a person that don't like multitasking. I like to do something different, and I like to, if I target an animal, just like a lion that is in my name, a lion will go for an animal. Even if there are 1 million animals, 1 million rabbits, 1 million antelopes, it goes for one. And once it cut that one, it doesn't care about the rest. So that is why I focus on gold, to make sure that I understand the movement. I have a very good knowledge about it. I know what drives it. I know what moves it. So I don't want to have many problems, and I want to make profit. The major reason I'm trading is to make profit. So if gold can give me all that I will have in other peers, why not I just study it and know what moves it, what makes it move? And I want to still, sorry, I want to deviate a little to talk about uh, my risk. A lot of people do not understand. Most of the time, this is how I do. If I have like 100,000 to trade, I don't fund the whole 100,000. I fund like maybe 50,000, and anytime I make profit, I withdraw. So as I'm withdrawing, my withdrawal is like my backup. I will not come here and tell you risk all your money. Please don't do that. It's very dangerous. And that is why XNES gave me this confidence to trade and withdraw, because anytime I'm withdraw, I get my money, because I have an experience with a broker I would not like to mention. Because of this space, a lot of people may want to withdraw their money from that broker. That broker duped me over 500,000. They said my trade was that I used something they don't understand to make some huge profits. So I have to leave that particular broker and join XNES. And since I joined XNES, I don't have any fear to to trade any lot size, because I know even if I make any amount of money, I will get my money instantly. So, guys, I will not want to speak much today here because I've already spoken. But if you are in Nigeria and you'll be in Lagos at the end of this month, September 30, I will drop on my this thing. We have Forest Expo, where I'm going to share most of the thing that you would like to talk about. You would like to hear me speak here. I will dish out a lot of information. You will not like to miss it. It's also sponsored by XNES. It's a Forex Expo where you will come and see the lion talking with other wonderful traders that are in this country, Nigeria. So if you're in Lagos, come and listen to information that will benefit you. Trading is very risky, so don't risk all your money. Just after this thing, I would like you to just check my wall. I'm going to drop the link to register. It's free. Registration is free. Everything has been paid for. I have made arrangement for many seats. So if you know you are not going to come, don't register. Just come. It is going to be in Landmark Hotel, Lagos, where I'm going to talk with you guys. You will never regret it.
Okay, so guys, I've posted the Forex Expo hosted by XNES to the Jumbotron, and also for those on this space at this moment, there's a post on the Jumbotron. It's quite simple. We just want to create that hashtag trend for Goat Funded Trader, our sponsor. So the tweet is very simple. It says if you're on the space, follow the host, follow all the co-hosts, follow the sponsors, and follow all the current speakers on this space. All right. There are a lot of valuable information that have been shared by every other person. And I want you guys to comment, I am goated on that post. It's currently on the Jobotron. All you have to do is click on it, make that comment, I'm goated, and then make sure you're following all accounts that have been tagged. So moving forward, I want us to hear from Andre if he has a thing to say. 1 minute, please. Then on Common if he has a thing to say. 1 minute. Because we're looking at rounding up this space in the next 10 minutes. It's almost midnight here in Nigeria, in West Africa. And we really, really came a long way from 8 p.m. this evening till now. A lot of information have been dished out from the likes of Kojo, Dapo Willis, Greatman FX Lion, Momo Forex, and Risali. And it's just unfortunate we had like a bit of network interruption from the twin FS goats, and they were unable to speak. And once again, more importantly, let's not forget to put Elvis Justice, my very good friend, in prayers. All right. Please, guys, let's pray that he should get back on his feet as fast as possible, guys. Andre, if you have anything to say, 1 or 2 minutes, then I'll give Uncommon 1 or 2 minutes, then we can be done with the space. And Trader Benny also a minute after every other person has spoken, so we can close up on this space. Thanks to everybody who has been listening. Right up in this moment, you guys have learned a lot. I'm very, very sure for that. So over to you, Andre. 1 minute, please. Then Uncommon 1 minute.
All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me here. I greet everyone, the co-host, the host, the speakers, and everybody present here. So I'm Adi Kombido, popularly known as Entre, and yeah, with over 7 years experience in trading and in the trading space, and of course, yeah. Well, because of the time limit, I just want to speak also from the angle of Great Man FX. So it's almost as if, because I've been on this space since it started thereabout, and I've been listening and following everyone up. So based on from the angle where it was coming from, they say something that a man, uh, a man that has someone that is on the ground fears no fall, right? So because I had a similar experience as his own coming into the space and selling, arresting, and all of that. So that's why I actually like made reference to that. So because of my time boundary, I would just say that everyone right here, especially beginners, should try as much as possible to ensure that what they focus on, either you have the fund or you don't have the fund, what you should focus on should be mastery first. Mastery first, then knowing yourself, knowing your risk appetite, knowing what to do and what not to do. Study hard, grow, and don't try to rush into things as probably someone like me, someone like Great Man FX did, like probably investment thing, collecting money from people and all of that. So I think that's just what I want to hit on the air, that try as much as possible, be growing when it comes to studying the forex market and ensure that you there are limitless opportunities when it comes to forex trading. Trust me. All right. So thank you once again for having me. And it is late already, like the host said. So I appreciate everyone here. God bless.
Okay, thank you very much. So the next person, 1 minute, 1 minute, please. Uncommon. Then we'll have
All right, my man. Thank you very much for having me. Of course, 1 minute will not be enough for me to talk, so I'd rather not talk. I just want to ask a question on behalf of traders that are listening right here, because I was going through the comment section and I saw series of questions that were quite similar or quite relatable to persons. So I want to ask the question on their behalf, right? So at least that could help them. Um, most of them are, students or workers who do 9 to 5 jobs, and they are asking how do they actually, because trading actually requires a lot of time, right? So how do they actually match this, together to be able to be active in trading as well, go about their daily, activities? It's open to anybody. Anybody could answer it, anyways.
okay. I
Thank
think
you.
I'll leave Trader Benny to answer that as his own way of contributing on the space so that we can end up the space as fast as possible. So Trader Benny, over to you.
Yeah, okay, good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me on the space this evening. Okay, because of the time constraint, there's no way I can answer that question properly. But if you have, if you're a student and uh, you are not yet profitable, right? I think that's the main thing. The first thing you have to go for is not trying to get capital, because you'll be tempted, right? I was, okay. So if you cannot do well with $10,000 or $1,000, there's no need looking for 100 or 500 or 1 million, right? Focus on the first thing first, which is being profitable. And what I'm simply saying is, I know you have work, you have school work, but the truth is you are not studying 24 hours. You are not studying. See, when I was in school, I was equally trading. I was teaching people how to trade. So the time that you allocate for your studies, if you're a serious human being and you have a routine, you do the right thing at the right time, you're gonna be able to tell yourself, okay, I can devote 2 hours to trading every day as a student. And then maybe towards your exam period, you can now, manage the percentage. All right. So it goes back to you as an individual and whether you are willing. So the first thing, if you're looking for profitability, find profitability first. 1 hour back testing every day, 30 minutes back testing every day, it gives you deja vu. You see things clearer, you see things more. Your recognition pattern will be stronger. And then you can mix it. You can mix it up because whether you like it or not, if you're in Nigeria and you're relying on your school, the chances that you will, have your emancipation is slim. So you need that side hustle. You need that side hustle. We do side hustle as students. All right. So you have a sponsor, most likely as a student. You have a sponsor. So you're not operating from that, desperate position. So you can learn. You can learn. I told myself that before I graduate, I wanted to be financially free. And I was before I graduated. All right. So I think that's my own way of contributing to that particular question. But I have a question which I don't think I'll be happy if I don't ask that question here, because it's not every day we have calls like this where you see the giants of Africa. I will just summarize that question. See, if I had more time, I will ask everybody questions here, because I'm just about 7 years in trading, right? And I can say that I've made for myself, I've made some things for myself. I'm in my early 30s, right? And I have a family, I have a daughter, I have most of the things that I think a young man should have. All right. And you see, everything is from Forex. Nobody gave me 1 naira to say go and start up your life. All right. So, but I know that there is more to it. I know that there is more to trading. There is Everybody dreams either to have a hedge fund or trade for a hedge fund. You want to go away from trading $100,000, $200,000, $300,000 to the point where you are trading millions of dollars. 500 million, $1 billion, right? That's a dream of every trader. So I want somebody to tell us, what is the 5 years plan that you can give to both myself and the listeners out there? What is the 5 years plan that you can give to somebody who wants to genuinely build a career as a trader? What is the 5 years plan you can give to that person and say, follow this thing for the next 5 to 10 years, you're going to be one of the giants of Africa, right? I think that's the question I have. I would have loved everybody to take the question, but maybe Momo or if time permits, I don't know.
Okay, I think I'm just going to allow Amrisali answer that really, really quick. A very quick summary, because I need to end this space in the next 2 minutes. All right, so Amrisali, with 1 minute, can you quickly give us like top 5 plans? Amrisali, are you
So,
still there?
yes, brother, I'm here. Can you repeat, please?
Okay, I think he's speaking, but I can't hear him.
Hello, brother. I say
Yeah, Trayon, I can hear him from my own end. I don't know about the other listeners.
No problem. When he's done speaking, just let me know, because I need to round up
Okay,
the.
okay, sure. Sally, please go ahead.
sorry, can you repeat a question?
Okay, I'll just summarize that question. The question is, what is the 5 years plan you can give to someone who is doing very well as a trader? He's profitable. How can he build his career to the point where he can become a giant in Africa, right? Where he can trade millions of dollars. All right, that's what I want you to answer, please.
Okay, brother. Okay, thank you so much for another question. What I can say is different people can have the different paths, but at the end of the day, all can reach on.
Yeah, I cannot hear you. I don't know if it's me. I don't know if it's me or it's from your end. Can you hear me? Just give a reaction if you can hear me at least. Okay, sadly, I think. Okay, so I think the other listeners can hear me. So, Amrisali is probably not having the right network access. Yeah.
Did you hear me?
No, no,
I
no. Okay, now you are better. You are better. Please, please go on. Go on now.
Okay.
I wasn't hearing you at all.
Okay. I say that from my side, I always believe that two different people can have different paths, but at the end of the day, what matters is the destination. So uh, there is different paths people can take, but the first and the primary thing a person should consider is investing in skills. Investing in skills, there is no end. Even if you're already doing well with the financial market, you still have to invest on yourself. Not just financial market skills or forex skills. You can invest in other skills like sales. You can invest in marketing, branding, and a lot of things more. And when it comes to trading, investing in skills can involve just two sides. At first, a person have to invest deeply into understanding technical analysis, understanding price action, and this is very important to invest into understanding price action before going to invest into psychology. I always say like it is very simple for a person to master psychology and to get results when working on his or her psychology before after working on technical analysis, after becoming very good into technical analysis. So if you are thinking about building an empire next 5 years, first invest on these two things. And you said 5 years. It is a very good range simply because most of people can come and go in 1 year, 2 years, simply because the person can get luck in just two trades, in series of winning rates. In a series of winning streak and be profitable. But in the range of 5 years, it is where most people can get selected out by the system. So that is all. But another thing is, uh, don't follow this.
is it still speaking? Please, you should try and round up within the next 1 minute because we're about to end the space.
Okay, just I'm just finalizing. And another very important thing is don't follow what this.
Trader Benny, can you hear me?
Yeah, Trey. He just responded that he's about to finalize. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Yeah.
Yes, another thing, if we want to stay in the game and be the master, the top for the next 5 years, very important thing to do is don't follow these what influencers are saying social media. Don't follow what they are doing. Don't think like you have made your first profit, let's say 20K, 30K. You are going directly to invest into a house, you are going to invest into buying cars or any luxury things. You have to invest into yourself. You have to invest into things which, even if tomorrow you will have a bad trading year or series of two trading years, you will still have a very good life, and not just good life, you have other streams of income. Uh, there is the common phrase says rich people and wealthy people have at least seven means of income. So that is all. You have to invest on yourself. You have to invest on things which can provide a lot of values and invest in things which they can last for long term. You are dealing with the market, which is a very probabilistic market. You don't know when you have a losing streak. It can be a losing month, losing year, or losing years. And that doesn't mean you're a bad trader. You can be a very good trader and still being into a series of losses. And this happen not just in forex but in all other businesses. Though in forex there is very high probability of having that sequence.
I don't know. Is it done? Is it done?
Yeah, he's almost done. He's almost done, Trey.
Yes, I'm almost done.
I'll signal you once he finishes.
Okay, just finalizing. in this market, there is very high sequence of getting into maybe losing streak and all those things. So you should make sure that you have other businesses in place. Even if you get into losing streak, losing month, losing quarter, you can be very fine. Simply, most of people get into a lot of mental problems and they fail even to perform after having some losing streaks simply because they don't have any other businesses. They don't have the right skills. And when they get any drawback, they become too frustrated. So that is all example in the current situation where my forex fund have just crashed. So most of people have get confused simply because they was having an account, live account, but using all profits he withdraw, or spending all the money just knowing that on the next month they'll take another withdrawal. On the next month I'll take another withdrawal. But for a person like me, it is fine. I've lost an account, which is a live account. I have withdrawn more than 4 times. But what is in my mind, simply because I've invested much into my technical, into my psychology, I know this is just a drawback. This is just a very normal hurdle. So what I'm going to do is just I'm going to take another account. Actually, I have other accounts in other prop firms, but to recover that capital I was managing, you just have to take another account, and I'm very confidently that I will pass. But if you don't have enough skills, enough statistical data to identify your trading system, you will have a lot of worries and a lot of mental breakdown. Like, I have already lost. I have already. Yeah, that is all, and I can say thank you so much. In case if anyone have any question or anything, feel free.
Yeah, Trey.
Thank you, guys. So before I end the space, guys, ensure your phone, the host, the co-host, or the speakers available. So one important information is this: we are hosting another space on Wednesday, and the title is "Women in Trading." Women in Trading. I'm having 12 female traders across board, traders from US, India, China, UK, coming to space to speak to you guys, and you don't want to miss out on this space. So all you have to do is click on the link on the Jobotron and set your reminder for this space scheduled for Wednesday. I think after this space, I have another one by the ending of the month, and that will be all for the month of September. I'm really, really sure that I've created a medium for you guys to get value from top speakers across board. So if you look at the list very well, some of these female traders have not really spoken on spaces, and this is the time and opportunity created for you guys to come and listen to them and gain valuable insight from what they have been doing, how they have been trading over the years. All right. So thanks once again, everyone. Thanks especially to our speakers from the likes of Kojo, who attended when we started Kojo, Dapo Willis, FS Goat, Greatman FX Lion, Risali, Momo Forex, and let's continue to put our brother in prayer, Dr. Elvis Justice, and thanks to my two wonderful co-hosts, Olu of Trade and Dax, and then we had our interim co-host, that's the likes of Dick. We also had like the ability, we had like the privilege to listen from other speakers such as Andre, Uncommon, Trader Benny, Akindamola. Thank you guys, and more importantly, I appreciate my host, my sponsors, XNESS. Notice how our country director stayed from the beginning of the space till now. That's really, really interesting. And I'm really, really grateful, sir, for taking our time to join the space. Really, really bless you for that. Then we also had our CEO for Good Funded in attendance on the space. Unfortunately, I had to like go off because of other meetings. And this space was proudly sponsored by XNES and Good Funded Trader. I remain your one and only, the biggest space host on Twitter for forex in Nigeria at the moment. See you guys on Wednesday, guys. While we bring in more spaces. Bye. Good night, everyone, and good morning to those in other time zone.
Good night.